Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to day 2 of the 2024 Global Health and Welfare Forum in parallel in Taiwan. And parallel session 2 will begin in 5 minutes. Please take your seats and mute your cell phones. Simultaneous interpretation is available today, and the equipment can be obtained at the 11th floor services counter. And today's agenda includes 4 parallel sessions and Session 3, the topic of parallel session 2 is internet addiction and mental health promotion strategies in the younger generation, and the topic of parallel session 4 is bridging the gap, leveraging digital health to reduce health inequality. These 2 sessions will be held here in room 1001. Meanwhile, parallel session 1, a reflection on family policies to address low fertility in East Asia countries, and the parallel session 3, public children care policies in Western countries. These sessions will take place in room 1101 on the 11th floor. And I would also like to remind you that in the spirit of environmental sustainability, the forum will not be providing hard copies of materials. Instead, you can download the program book by scanning the QR code on the back of your badge. And we thank you for your understanding and cooperation. check 1 2. Now check 1 2 1 2. Now check 1 2 1 2. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Welcome to Parallel Session 2 of the forum. In this session, we will explore the topic, Internet Addiction and Mental Health Promotion Strategies in the Younger Generation. And ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming the moderator, Dr. Liang Yuchen, Deputy Director General of the National Health Insurance Administration, Minister of Health and Welfare, Republic of China. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together and welcome Dr. Chen.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Dr. Liang Chen from the National Health Insurance Administration. I would like to say I'm from the Department of Mental Health because I just shifted my title last month. And it's my great honor to chair this session. And I believe that after you listen to all the speakers' resume, our discussion, you will believe that you are in the correct room for all the fruitful discussion. So today, this session, we are going to focus on the mental health problems, substance use problems, particularly on young population globally and also in Taiwan. So we invited totally 4 speakers. And the reason that I'm standing here instead of there is that I would like to use the 10 minutes appropriately introduce our distinguished speaker from all over the world, from United States and also from southern Taiwan. So I would like to start, introduce our first speaker. After this, we will go on with this session. So our first speaker will be Professor Ke-Jing Hong. Would you like to raise your hand and say hi? Professor Ke-Jing Hong, is that correct? Ke-Jing Hong, okay. He's a professor of psychiatry of Kaohsiung Medical University. He's a world well-known researcher for his research on internet addiction. He started his research on internet addictions in 2000 and published a lot of pioneering study, particularly on diagnostic criteria and brain imaging studies. His research has focused on the diagnosis, brain imaging, cognitive function, psychosocial factors of internet addiction and gaming addiction. So recently, he has continued his clinical work in gaming disorder while serving as the director of the psychiatry department at Xiaogang Hospital, also affiliated with Kaohsiung Medical University, correct? Thank you for coming and looking forward to your speech. Today he's going to talk about a topic that I believe there's no one that is the better speaker for this: update in gaming disorder, diagnosis and intervention. I will move on to introduce our second speaker, Professor Ke Hui-zhen. Would you like to stand up and raise your hand and say hi? Thank you. As young as she might look, she's actually my teacher when I was in med school at that time. Okay. Professor Ke Hui-zhen is a PhD in clinical psychology in National Taiwan University. And he's also received her postdoc training in Yale University Department of Psychiatry. She has devoted in the research of consequences, treatments of depression, suicide, and behavior addiction. He has published over 170 research papers, several book chapters, and awarded with numerous outstanding research awards, including Outstanding Research Award by National Science Research Award, and also the Adolescent and Youth Guidance Special Contribution Award by our government Ministry of Education. And also he received the Anti-Illicit Drug Active Contribution Person Award by the Executive Yuan. Professor Ko has been the president of Taiwan Association of Psychology, the president of Taiwan Association of Clinical Psychology, and she is also the founding president of Taiwan Association of Prevention and Treatment for Internet Addiction. So I think she's also the perfect candidate to talk about this topic. By Department of Mental Health, Ministry of Health and Welfare of Taiwan, we sponsor a program, and she's going to share the experiences. Residential digital detox camps improve adolescent internet gaming addiction in Taiwan. And looking forward for her sharing. Okay, I will go on to introduce our third speaker. Our third speaker will be Professor Nicholas Potanza. Would you please let people, see you, thank you. Professor Potanza is from Yale. She's a professor in Yale University School of Medicine. Just like me, he is a psychiatrist and also a board-certified addiction psychiatry. He directs the Division of Addiction Research, Center of Excellence in Gambling Research. Women and Addictive Disorder Core of Women's Health Research at Yale and Yale Research Program on Impulsive and Impulse Control Disorder. He has published over 800 papers and chapters and is ranked the first globally by the independent firm Case in multiple clinical research categories, including addiction, impulsive, and compulsive disorders. He is also a member of 15 journal editor boards, sits on the boards of multiple national and international organizations. Professor Potanza has mentored over 200 scholars in clinical research and neuroscience. He also co-directed training programs focusing on addiction treatment development research at Yale on alcohol use, stress, psychopathology in Thailand. So he's actually very international. He's now the president-elect of the International Society of Addiction Medicine and is multiple principal investigators on the Grant to Help support the main annual conference, including the involvement of early career investigators and addiction specialists. So let's welcome Mark Nicholas Potanza. Professor Potanza is going to talk about the defining problematic use of the internet, prevention and treatment considerations. So I want to take a good advantage of the time. First but not least, I'm going to introduce Professor Sylvia Martins. Thank you. Professor Martins was also my mentor when I was first year Johns Hopkins PhD students. So she later moved on to Columbia University. So Dr. Sylvia Martins is a tenured professor of epidemiology, also the director of Columbia's Policies and Health Initiatives for Opioids and Other Substances. She's the founding director of the Substance Use Epidemiology Unit in the Department of Epidemiology, Columbia University. He's also the co-director of the Substance Abuse Epidemiology Training Program at Columbia University. She has mentored and trained a lot of research fellows, postdocs, and PhD students. She is also a psychiatrist and an epidemiologist. She has received several awards, including a lot of mental awards and a lot of research awards. I'm going to name them. She has received several awards, including the 2021 National Hispanic Science Network Award for Excellence in Mentoring, and also the 2021 Interdisciplinary Association for Population Health Science, Stephanie Robert Mentoring Award. She has been elected as the Columbia Mann School of Public Health from 2021 to 2023 Tao Faculty Scholar. She is particularly dedicated to mentoring women, a minority group, and international researchers just like me from low middle income countries. And welcome Professor Martins. She's going to talk about the substance use disorder and overdoses in reproductive age and pregnant women, the role of social safety net and substance use policy. So today we are going to have 4 very interesting discussion over, we have the scholars from Taiwan and also from all over the world, and let's give a big plus, and let's welcome our first speaker, Professor Ke. 谢谢.
Professor Patanda, Deputy Director Chen, and Vice President Ko, and Professor Martin, and the DO. It's my pleasure to discuss update information about the diagnosis and the intervention of gaming disorder. We are living in a world transformed by technology. We hope the new generation can adapt well to the new world, but not withdraw from it. We will discuss this issue in 20 minutes, focus on updating information about internet use, the trend in research topical on game disorder, diagnosis of game disorder, and the heterogeneity of game disorder and the intervention for them. This is the information of internet use until 2023. At that time, the daily gaming time was 1 hour and 14 minutes. However, the most time consuming internet use is the streaming and the social media use. Spending a lot of time on internet use is not necessarily risky. For example, young people use online video as learning tools more frequently than other age groups. This may suggest that the internet could be an important resource of information as a learning tool, particularly after the well-developed large language model in 2023, such as OpenAI. Based on the same report, we know the main reason for internet use is to find information. Only about 30% of population use internet for gaming. 2/3 of them play games on the smartphone. In this year, the percentage of internet users who play video games has decreased. However, the social media use increased rapidly in the past 10 years. This is a report from Kaohsiung. In Kaohsiung, the government has regularly investigated the unhealthy internet use. Fortunately, the percentage has decreased in this year. This may associate with the outbreak of COVID-19 at 2022 and the change in internet use pattern, such as shifting gaming from other activity, and the health promotion activities, such as to improving public space and promoting parents' education. Maybe in a positive view, we may suppose the younger generation may find their way to software on their digital ocean. After review the change in internet use, we will talk about the focus of the study in past 3 years. We have reviewed the study topical in the past 3. The most common issue is the comorbidity of gaming disorder. The majority of gaming disorder patients who seeking help have other comorbid mental health, or physical health issues, such as ADHD, depression, or sleep disorder, according to my experience. Prevalence study is the secondary common topic. However, they are most based on self-reported questionnaire. The third issue is the treatment and the intervention strategy. The treatment include camper intervention, which Vince Principal will provide an excellent introduction later. Another focus is on the mechanism of game disorder and its complication and the negative consequence. This information is essential for clinicians to provide the intervention to fit the need of the patient. Then we move to a definition of game disorder on ICD-11. First, persistent recurrent gaming was required. The 3 required criteria include impaired control, increased priority, and the negative consequence. Functional impairment is an outcome threshold. The duration was required to exceed 12 months. In one word, their behavior must meet the core symptom of addiction. Furthermore, this symptom and the negative consequence must be repetitive, persistent, and significantly impactful. However, there is a high heterogeneity in gaming disorder. There are differences in personality, cognitive function, and coping style among patients with game disorder, which contributes to different reasons for their uncontrolled gaming. The comorbidity, the stage of development, the stage of game disorder, and their motivation for gaming may make a difference in their need for treatment. Based on the definition of ICD-11, we could classify the regular gamer into 3 parts. The healthy gamer without a persistent problem, the hazardous gaming, with the risk of physical and mental health complication. The hazardous gaming is not a diagnosis for a disorder. It is for the unhealthy behavior in ICD-11. Lastly, those with persistent and repetitive negative consequence and impaired function were classified as a gaming disorder. There are complex mechanisms involved in gaming disorder. They may impair their reward system or frontal lobe in cognitive control. Escapism, craving, and preoccupation may lead to uncontrolled gaming. Social support, and self-esteem in peers and family function may associate with their severity in gaming disorder. This slide illustrates the brain development through early adulthood, with blue indicating the mature state. The prefrontal cortex over here, which governs judgment and the decision-making function, is the last part of brain to be mature. This may explain why teens are prone to risk-taking and particularly vulnerable to game disorder. Thus, the neurocognitive mechanism play a key role in developing gaming disorder. This is our study for gaming disorder. Our image study show an impairment of response inhibition over frontal lobe and the impairment in error processing over insula among adults with gaming disorder. This study supports the underlying neural mechanism of gaming disorder. Another study demonstrate the adults with gaming disorder and the nicotine dependence show a great response over parahippocampus. All the subjects have both the gaming disorder and the nicotine dependence. So when they show a great response over parahippocampus for both gaming cue and the smoke cue, this result will support the shared neural mechanism between gaming disorder and other addictive disorder. This study make we could compare the response for gaming cue and the smoke cue in the same brain. Another image study demonstrated that adults with gaming disorder they show a lower gray matter density over amygdala. This study may support the possible impairment in emotional regulation in gaming disorder. One of the most critical factors contributing to difference in cause of gaming disorder is the comorbidity disorder. The most common comorbidity disorder is the ADHD. Our study demonstrated that impulsivity of ADHD play an important role in the association between them. Further, depressive disorder is another common comorbidity disorder. However, most patients did not fulfill the criteria of major depressive episode. The Japanese scholar Professor Kato had suggested they present a modern type of depression as a subthreshold presentation of depressive episode. Anyway, the stress escape and the dysfunctional coping usually underline the association between depression and the gaming disorder. Anxiety is another comorbid disorder of gaming disorder. They usually show a high aversion sensitivity. This makes them sensitive to stress and the fear of change. Several researchers, such as Dr. Tateno in Japan, have repeatedly found an association between autistic disorder and internet addiction. Their deficit in social information possession may underlie the association. This is our study just accepted in this week. We recruited 60 individuals with gaming disorder, 45 with hazardous gaming, and 122 controls based on ICD-11 criteria. We also evaluated ADHD, GAD, depressive disorder, and SAD by a diagnostic interview. They also evaluated by cognitive task and the self-report questionnaire. Our results demonstrated the gaming disorder associated with ADHD, depressive disorder, GAD, and SAD. ADHD is the most associated comorbid disorder, followed by depressive disorder and the general anxiety disorder. They also have higher impulsivity, lower reaprasia, and a higher aversion sensitivity. ADHD is also associated with hazardous gaming versus controls. On the other hand, the depressive disorder associated with game disorder versus hazardous gaming. This study supports the psychiatric comorbidity may contribute to the development of game disorder. ADHD may involve in the initial of the game disorder, and the depression may involve in the progression of the disorder. Further, cognitive control, emotional regulation, and the reinforcement sensitivity contributes to development of gaming disorder. We then translate the comorbidity mechanism to clinical presentation. It shows a vicious cycle interaction between impulsivity and the depression. The dysphoric mood under stress may drive the gaming motivation to relieve the negative mood. With impulsivity, they have difficulty in control the gaming, which may result in negative consequences. This may further lead to depressed mood. This further aggravates the depression and enter a vicious cycle. So, in my conclusion, the patient may ask me, why just cut down the gaming use in the treatment? After understand the complex in the mechanism of this gaming disorder, we needed to intervene the gaming disorder for their underlying problem and the complication, but not only the gaming behavior. Then we may review the intervention study in the past 3 years. 12 studies demonstrate the methylphenidate or bupropion could be effective for those comorbid with ADHD. The 19 study focused on psychological intervention and suggest cognitive behavior psychotherapy and mindfulness are the most reported effective psychological intervention. Some emerging therapies such as TMS, TCDS, and virtual reality therapy had been reported to be effective. However, more studies were required to have adequate evidence-based information for this treatment. However, in clinical experience, the tough topic in treatment is to raise the patient's motivation to accept the treatment. In our study, most of the patient is in the contemplation stage. They usually understand the gaming has resulted in problems of them, but they found it difficult to make a really decision to change it. As on previous review, we know we know the emotional regulation, cognitive control, and the rewarding deficit were the 3 mechanisms most reported to underlie the gaming disorder. The difficulty in change may be relative to their impairment in this field. Thus, intervention to stabilize the emotion, to enhance cognitive control, and to satisfy rewarding system with alternative activity could be essential to recover the brain when recovering addiction. In order to resolve the complex problem in 2023, we propose a subtyping way for gaming disorder based on comorbidity. The first is the impulsivity male patient with ADHD. They are characterized by high impulsivity and irritability. Therapeutic rapport is critical to initiate intervention for them. Effective pharmacology or behavior intervention to improve their ADHD symptoms were very, very essential in initiate their motivation to make change. The second one is the dysphoria patient with dysfunctional coping skill. They usually experience bidirectional influence between gaming disorder and depression. They usually use gaming as a coping mechanism for their depression. Their treatment is usually difficult. It should be kept in mind that depression should be well treated before intervention for gaming behavior. Interruption of gaming without good preparation could be very risky in early stage of intervention for this kind of patient. The third type is the isolated patient with social anxiety. They prefer online interaction and are drawn to gaming for having a way to interact with others with low anxiety. It should be keep very patient in the treatment course because they are very difficult to be changed and they are also very sensitive to rejection. Finally, we need to pay attention to the physical complication associated with online gaming, such as obesity, cardiovascular disorder, thrombosis, sleep disorder, visual problem, and other neurological disorder. These complications are a good issue to raise motivation to change one's gaming behavior. In our study, we have found that most of them have some risk unhealthy behavior, such as immobilization, inadequate sleep time, and turning night to day. This could be a good initial issue to raise their motivation to change. Thus, it is the same to treat the other addiction. Our treatment may try to raise the motivation to change, to enhance the ability to control, and then find an alternative way to replace gaming. Based on the definition based on the classification of IC11, we have proposed a SBIRT distribution model for treatment. We could provide preventive information for health gamer. For hazardous gaming, we need to identify their risky gaming behavior, such as sleep problem or long-term immobilization. Then provide psychoeducation to prevent this risky behavior and promote healthy activities such as exercise and social activity. This education could be provided by a primary teacher in school, a tutor in camp, or a caregiver. For gaming disorder, they need to be diagnosed and referred to a mental health professional to accept individual intervention for their gaming problem and the risk factor. Lastly, for those with complication and comorbidity, the psychiatric medical intervention were required. Based on the SBIRT model, the patient will be referred to a psychiatrist for comorbidity and the medication, to a psychologist for coping with stress, emotional regulation, and controlling their gaming, to a social worker for modify their environment and family relationship, and to an occupational therapist to find an alternative activity of job. Since the mechanism of gaming is complex, prevention could also involve cognitive control and emotional regulation. And anyway, although the study in this field is still inadequate, but we may suggest that the peer group activity with interesting social interaction could be the best prevention for game disorder. We hope the adolescents could serve smoothly on the digital ocean. This is the last slide. Today we talk about the internet use pattern has been changed. Social media, media, and gaming usually use mixed. This leads to a challenge to have a precise diagnosis for gaming disorder. The internet could be a resource of learning. The positive effect of internet should be addressed. The update research focus on comorbidity mechanism and the intervention for gaming disorder. There is a high heterogeneity in gaming disorder. Subtyping of gaming disorder may contribute to developing individual intervention for gaming disorder. Prevention could be the same as promoting peer group activity with enjoyable interaction in their daily life. This is my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Professor Ko, for your insightful speech. Thank you. And next, I would like to welcome Professor Hui-Chun Ko, Chair Professor and Vice President of Asia University, Republic of China. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Professor Ko.
Okay. Thank you for our is duty director Chen. Very great introduce. Okay, I'm delighted to share our experience about how the residential digital detox camp improve adolescent internet gaming addiction in Taiwan. And this program was supported the funding from the Ministry of Health and Welfare. I appreciate here. So first, because gaming addiction is a very significant social issue in Taiwan, impacting many families and impacting the physical, mental health, and including the learning outcomes. So first, I will introduce the prevalence of gaming addiction among adolescents in Taiwan to our distinguished guests from abroad. In 2015, we conduct a nationwide screening survey by self-reported diagnostic scale. It's supported by Ministry of Education. And we find the prevalence of internet addiction among the 4th to 12th grade adolescents. You can see for online game addiction, in the elementary is 7.5%. In junior high school is 12%. And in high school is 11.5%. And we find in 2018 have 2 large sample study, and they find the prevalence assessed through diagnostic interviews. One is from Dr. Ling's team, and they found 3.1%, and another group is Dr. Lee, and they through the telephone diagnostic interview, and they found the interview. Okay. They find that the prevalence for age 15 to 19 is 3.6%. And many teachers and parents reported it should be increased post COVID-19. And we can find this is that we can find the study from our National Development Council. And the prevalence rate of internet addiction across all age group assessed by National Telephone Screening Survey in 2019 too. It's post COVID-19. You can see all increase across all age group. And in Taiwan, toward this significant issue, we have the tertiary prevention measures for internet addiction. It's under the collaboration among the Ministry of Health and Welfare and the Ministry of Education, University, and Professional Association. So we have the primary prevention is awareness of internet addiction issue and providing digital literacy education, including family education, school education program to teacher and student leaders, and social education. And right now we are talking about legal amendments for the smartphone use among the campus. And also we have technology applications such as the self-control training app. And several schools and county, they provided secondary prevention. They have identification of high-risk student screening, of school-wide screening for internet and gaming addiction, and provide early intervention. We also have tertiary prevention. It's supported by Ministry of Health and Welfare, conducting effective clinical treatment guidelines and development and provision of evidence-based treatment protocol, and specialized training to equip healthcare providers with the national skill. And under the ministry's support of the funding, we have conducting a digital detox family camp. So that's the reason why we share this experience today. Then I was talking about residential digital detox camp, how improve adolescent internet gaming addiction in Taiwan. So first I was talking about ration for this camp. Is who will participate this camp and who provides the care, and the reason for they committed to gaming addiction, and the goal of the camp, and what's the effective intervention program, and the process, how we are doing the process, and how we measure the outcome. The digital detox resident care participants, including adolescents with problematic internet or smartphone use behaviors, is referred by parents seeking help, school counselor, or medical professionals. Participants should not have severe mental health issues requiring crisis intervention. And regarding why three phases of risk of internet gaming addiction, and just the Dr. Cole talking about more. And I would like to go through the three phases and how we use this result and to design our camp. So we can see is the first phase is environmental factors, is strong peer influence, effective parental discipline, high accessibility to the internet. And very important is the second phase, is the psychological risk factor. The adolescent experience high realized stress using the gaming as an escape. And online, they fulfill their unmet psychological needs in reality. And this leading to the high positive expectancy and meta-connection about internet gaming. And due to the lack of self-control strategy, they overuse, and parent-child conflict occurs because they have a poor learning outcome and they cannot fulfill their responsibility. So always parent want to discipline and then have conflict. We will talk about later. And the overuse long time and leading to dysregulated brain function, like Dr. Cole talking about, is dysregulated amygdala and also frontal lobe, and also dopaminergic function. And this time, the adolescent will have a negative expectancy and loss of control meta-connection. So they draw into the negative cycle of relapse. So it's the typical case in Taiwan. So like Min escaped into gaming due to academic and social pressure. In game, he can release stress and forget his worries. And gaming brings him a sense of achievement. Multiple player game allow him to play and chat with others, providing him with more friends. He relied on gaming, seeing gaming as his source of happiness, his paradise. And he believed that life without gaming is miserable. At his time online increased, he began to miss assignment, experience sleep deprivation, and can no longer attend school during the day, causing his academic performance to decline. He skipped or tax leave from classes. Me notes he's playing too much and he's trying to cut back, but he often finds himself unable to follow through. Whenever a friend invites him to play, he feels stress of seeing gaming apps that make him eager to play, so craving. He lost control. He has led to many arguments with his parents. When his parents scold him, threatened to remove internet access or take away his computer. And when his father criticized him by saying he has no future, he might end up homeless, Ming has felt suicidal and considered jumping from a building. So it's very important how to effectively change positive expectancy and meta-connection about gaming. A lot of adolescents game player, they're thinking in the game, I'm great, but in real life, I'm worthless. I'm only happy online. Without the internet, I feel like I have fallen from heaven to hell. So you can see, it's during the camp, we have the exploration in the group. So they explore online self and also reality selves. So you can see it's online, powerful, satisfied, and in reality say inferior. And this real self, I'm loser, useless. Online self is a superpower. And this online, satisfied, happy, and reality sad and pitiful. So rationale for restoring digital detox is very important. So how we can effectively change such positive expectation and meta-connection about gaming, and how to identify high-risk situation and learning cognitive behavior relapse prevention strategy. So you can see under the literature review, and you can see they're showing that CBT is the most commonly applied and cost-effective and evidence-supported approach. And cognitive behavior approach is the first line treatment choice. And it's very important to use the techniques challenging cognitive bias and negative core belief and reframe positive gaming belief. So have adolescents see their gaming skill can be bearable in real life. And also it's very important for CBT techniques. It identifies high-risk situation and provide effective coping response training. And so they can increase self-efficacy and decrease probability of relapse instead of ineffective coping response in the past. And also, we can find motivation enhancement therapy is effective method. If we combine motivation enhancement therapy with CBT, we can get even better results. So a motivational interview to help the adolescent explore intrinsic motivation and use a cost-benefit analysis to recognize the negative consequences or excessive use that they might have overlooked or minimized, and consider the potential benefit of moderating their behavior, such as improved well-being, relationship, or productivity, and reflect on how reducing use might bring them closer to their long-term aspirations. So in 2017, we has conducted the project. It's a combined CBT group with motivation interview. It's effectively improve internet gaming addiction among adolescents. we use is a two section for motivational interview. Is identify is use the cost benefit analysis and identify the high risk situation like bored, defeated, and stress, negative emotion, and craving, and peer imitation. And we have coping response, coping skill training for this high risk situation. And you can see is getting the effective, the effectiveness. The CBT motivation group had a more increase in the level of gaming refusal self-efficacy than the counseling and guidance group as usual, and have a significant decrease at post-test and 8 months follow-up in the CBT group. And CBT group had a more improvement in the level of internet gaming. So we use the listing in our camp. So but also we have additional consideration. Is we consider the digital detox program. So we can see the digital detox program would engage adolescent digital detox camp or providing experiential learning environment. They highlight physical, social, emotional experience. This immersive experience help individuals realize the happiness, interpersonal affiliation, and accomplishment. Don't depend on digital words, and also they can experience long digital achievement. We provide experience where adolescents can achieve small success offline, like participate in sport, creative arts, or group problem solving or group performance. So also we consider the psychoeducation on game effect on the brain. So we providing the brain on the education on the brain function, understand dopamine dependence, and develop healthy dopamine source. But the other issue we encounter is child-parent conflicts. So a lot of parents in Taiwan, they have the difficult discipline children who are overly engaged with digital device, and frequent conflicts between parents and children over digital usage. And children react with anger when access to device is restricted. And children may resort to self-harm and running away from harm when denied device usage. So there is parental inappropriate response in parent-child conflict, and the same adolescent response is appropriate response. Like avoiding and running away from phone, feeling of resentment, and retaliation or revenge, attacking or damage furniture, and also self-harm, or withdrawal or lack of automations. So this important is like the parent understand adolescent internet and gaming addiction. And they also need digital parental skill training. So 2019, we started the first residential digital detox camp for adolescents in Taiwan based on above consideration. So we have the goal in offline activities, high full sense experience. So let the adolescent have the sense of belonging, joy, achievement, and autonomy. This will help adolescents realize that they can experience this feeling without being online. And also, we found 85% adolescent reporting I survived 80 days and 7 nights without the internet, and not only survived, but feel happiness and a sense of accomplishment, a sense of belonging. And through the case study exploration of online motivation and needs, group sharing and cost-benefit analysis, adolescents have better understand their motivation for going online and weigh the pros and cons of healthy and unhealthy internet smartphone use. This fosters healthy online motivation. This we use is cost-benefit analysis. And also we provide training includes learning to identify high-risk situations for excessive internet use and adopting new coping behavior. So including time management, and we have also how to cope with the stress and how to cope with the craving and how to cope with the peer imitation. And also we provided activity regarding brain function, education, and and prefrontal cortex training. So you can see it's all the activity. So we provided it. And also, we provided parent education that the parent understand the antecedent of internet addiction and positive parenting strategy and effective parent-child communication skill. Okay, so that's why, so we process this. Okay, and finally we get the feedback from adolescents. 85 of adolescent reporting experience a sense of belonging, joy, achievement, autonomy, and self-confidence even without internet access. And 90% of adolescents reporting they changed their attitude toward about smartphone or gaming use, and they have a healthy online habit. And 90% of adolescents reporting the program is helpful overall. And also we receive feedback from parents. Is 100 parents reporting they gain a better understanding, and 94% of parents reporting is more confident and capable of communication effectively with children. And also we have self-reporting measure, and we can count the adolescent, we divided, is the time up? Okay. Oh, so I will end here. Okay. 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 So we use the GE to analyze the effectiveness of this camp. We can find even for the high-risk group or moderate risk group, they also have decline on gaming addiction score and on self-efficacy score for refusing online gaming. And also for the moderate risk group, they have greater decline on non-academic gaming time during weekend. But for the depression score, only moderate risk group, they have decline during the 5 months follow-up. And for social anxiety or obsessive compulsive symptom, they have the same. Is for moderate group or high-risk group, they all decline during post and 1 month and 2 months and 3 months follow-up. Okay, so I will, okay. So it's ongoing and future direction. We are consider how to shorten intervention duration because of COVID-19 pandemic. So we consider we need to conduct shorter programs, such as 3 days, 2 nights, or weekend camp without overnight staying. And also tailoring intervention to address different comorbidity types in gaming addiction and various types of addiction, such as Dr. Ko suggests. And okay. Let me end. Oh, thank you.
Thank you so
Welcome to
much, Professor
Taiwan.
Ko, for your insightful speech. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, next, please welcome Professor Mark Nicholas Potenza. He is professor of psychiatry child study and neurobiology at the Yale University School of Medicine, USA. Ladies and gentlemen, please give him a round of applause. Welcome.
So thank you. I'd like to thank the organizers for having me here to speak on problematic usage of the internet. I have a series of disclosures with respect to relationships. And the internet has changed the ways in which most of us engage in a wide variety of behaviors, and this is also relevant to youth development. And with respect to youth development, going back now 5, 10 years, the question was raised whether screen time should be a national concern with respect to how youth are being potentially impacted by interacting with digital devices. So we have recently generated a review of mental health and neuroscience findings and proposed a framework that goes from the individual level to the societal level and looks at these behaviors over time with respect to thinking about the potential impacts of digital technologies and on individuals. So looking at the data, one study in which we have been investigating is the Adolescent Brain Cognitive Development Study, or ABCD study. And this is a longitudinal study of over 11,000 children beginning at ages 9 to 10 and going for at least a 10-year period. And there are brain imaging assessments every 2 years and behavioral assessments every year. Some of the early work by Martin Paulus and colleagues looked at screen media activity and found that high-frequency screen media activity in 9 to 10-year-old children was linked to cortical thinning as well as mental health measures, and this cortical thinning may reflect more mature brain development. So we looked at, in an article published in the Journal of the American Academy of Child and Adolescent Psychiatry, we looked at the ABCD data as well as the Human Connectome Project development data to have an independent data set to look at screen media activity. We looked at the first 3 waves of ABCD, and we used a machine learning approach to look at the groups that were identified based on screen media activity. And we found in the baseline data set of 9 to 10-year-old children that more than a quarter fell into a high-frequency screen media activity group that was largely video-centric, and less than 3/4 fell into this low-frequency group. So what did this look like schematically if we looked at the types of screen media activity? The orange color represents the high-frequency group, the blue color, the low-frequency group, and we see that it's largely within the domains of watching TVs, movies, videos, or engaging in gaming that this 9 to 10-year-old group of children in the high-frequency group engage more in these activities. Now, importantly, we looked at the linkage to a number of behavioral measures linked to neurocognition, and the high-frequency group scored higher on measures of impulsivity and behavioral activation, and they scored lower on measures of cognitive functioning, including measures of crystallized and fluid intelligence. They scored lower on reading scores, vocabulary scores, and scores of working memory. From a mental health perspective, the high-frequency screen media group scored higher on multiple measures of psychopathology, including measures of inattention like ADHD, internalizing and externalizing concerns, as well as measures of prodromal psychotic symptomatology. Now, as we heard in Dr. Ko's presentation, that during maturation, there are significant brain changes that people like B.J. Casey and others have proposed may make adolescence a vulnerable time for engaging in addictive behaviors. And what happens during adolescence with respect to digital technologies? These are data from the United States from the Pew Research Center. Last year, they found that 95% of teenagers aged 13 to 17 years have access to a smartphone. Importantly, the proportion of teenagers who report that they are online almost constantly has doubled over the last decade, going from about 24% up to 46% in 2022, and then a separate survey in 2023 found an almost identical result. And there may be certain groups of teenagers who are more likely to be online almost constantly. And in the 2023 data, individuals who self-reported as being Black or Hispanic were more likely to report being online almost constantly, and it raises questions to the extent to which social determinants of health may link to screen media activity in developing youth. Now, when we looked at the Human Connectome Project data, which spans a longer age period from ages 5 to 21, in order to test the replicability of this high-frequency screen media activity group, we found that we needed to divide the group into the 12 and younger and 13 or older to find the replication. And this reflected a shift of going from high-frequency screen media activity in the children that was more video-centric to high-frequency screen media activity in the teenage group and older that was more socio-communication-centric and included aspects like engaging in social media. And this links into some public health efforts. So for example, in the United States, the US Surgeon General last year put out an advisory or guidance on social media and youth mental health, citing concerns that have been raised with respect to the negative impacts of engaging in social media on developing children. And more recently, he's advocated for the implementation of product warning labels on social media sites akin to what is available for tobacco and alcohol products. And this may have relevance particularly to females, as we found in a multinational meta-analysis. We found that social media addiction was predominantly female predominant, and internet gaming disorder male predominant. So how do the main diagnostic systems for mental health disorders consider internet use behaviors? So as we heard, internet gaming disorder was introduced in the DSM-5. It was included as a research diagnosis, not as a clinical diagnosis. It was felt that at the time there were insufficient data to include it as a clinical diagnosis. The diagnostic criteria in the DSM for internet gaming disorder differ, and they're more similar to those for gambling disorder. With a threshold of 5 or 9 inclusion criteria needing to be met. And it was felt at the time that the internet could be considered as a delivery device, much like a syringe might be for intravenous drugs, and wouldn't be the focus of the addictive disorder, but rather the behavior in which people engage would be the focus of the disorder. And so after DSM-5 was released, a group of us began meeting on an annual basis prior to the pandemic with respect to World Health related efforts in anticipation of ICD-11, asking questions about whether internet use behaviors could be the focus of clinical disorders within ICD-11. And so what happened when the World Health Assembly met in May of 2019 and ICD-11 was adopted, gambling and gaming disorders were included as disorders due to addictive behaviors. Importantly, there were online and offline specifiers for each condition, which differs from the DSM. As we heard, hazardous gaming as well as hazardous gambling were included, and these are particularly important with respect to public health efforts, much like there is a hazardous and harmful alcohol use category. And then compulsive sexual behavior disorder was included as an impulse control disorder and not as a disorder due to addictive behaviors, which is relevant to some internet use behaviors like pornography consumption that is largely conducted online these days. So the conditions that were included did not include some important areas of internet use. So for example, social media use, shopping and buying behaviors, and we propose that this designation of other specified disorders due to addictive behaviors might be used as a diagnostic entity for such problematic behaviors. Now, Matthias Brandt and Silke Müller and colleagues have developed an instrument, the assessment of criteria for specific internet use disorders, or the ACID-11. And this goes through a range of behaviors: gambling, gaming, pornography use, shopping, buying, and social media use, and uses the ICD-11 criteria that Dr. Ko discussed for these behaviors to determine in a screening fashion whether people may be experiencing problems relating to these internet use behaviors. In a separate work group, this is through the European Union Cooperation in Science and Technology, or COST initiative. We focused on problematic usage of the internet, and as part of that effort, we developed this e-booklet that people can download for free at the website that's listed below. In this e-booklet, we covered multiple types of problematic usage of the internet, including those that I've mentioned, but also aspects like cyberbullying, as well as cyberchondria, which is the excessive searching for health-related information that may have been particularly concerning during the pandemic, for example. And it provides practical information for multiple stakeholders, including parents, and tips that parents can utilize and implement in order to prevent problematic usage of the internet. We also, as part of the COST initiative, developed a consensus guidance at the onset of the pandemic on how to prevent problematic usage of the internet. And then we updated this as the pandemic unfolded to try to promote good practices and make mental health recommendations based on changes, based on data that were emerging during the pandemic. And more recently, we have a Lancet Psychiatry Commission report being generated. There's been a commentary released in the last month or so describing this global action on problematic usage of the internet, and outlines what we hope to publish in more full format in the coming year. I think if we take a step back and we think about the internet, we want to make sure that we continue to reap the benefits of digital technologies while at the same time protecting individuals who may be vulnerable to developing problems and helping people who do develop problems. And I think finding this balance between protecting and promoting individual civil liberties with protecting the public health, thinking about the social responsibilities and institutional duties of care, and where different jurisdictions come down on drawing the line between these two may vary, but this is, I think, a very important point. And in this article by Swanton and colleagues, they outline specific key stakeholders and roles that individuals, families, communities, treatment providers may have, as well as with respect to researchers, government, and industry. And it's, I think, going to take collaborative efforts in order to make sure that we protect civil liberties while promoting public health. So in the meantime, we also want to try to help people who've developed problems in these domains. So we have recently summarized the current status of behavioral addictions, including those conducted on the internet and how best to help individuals. And we've also looked at this from a historical perspective, looking at problematic usage of the internet and social media, highlighting some of the key events with respect to the diagnostic manuals, the DSM and the ICD that have recently considered these behaviors, as well as different models like the interaction of person affect, cognition, and execution model that initially was developed for problematic usage of the internet and then applied more broadly to addictive behaviors. Some of our models going back now a decade have proposed some key areas that could be targeted through specific therapies. And as we heard, the most data exists for cognitive behavioral therapy in the treatment of internet and computer game addiction. Klaus Röfling and colleagues have a manualized therapy that is in German, but is now being translated into other languages, including English. We've put out a book now about 4 or 5 years ago on digital technologies and mental health. But in conclusion, I think that the internet has changed the ways in which we do many things, and how best to define problematic usage of the internet continues to evolve. And we need to think about how to protect potentially vulnerable individuals, including children and adolescents, given the introduction of digital technologies at earlier ages for individuals. And we need to gather more information as the environment changes and then translate that information into better prevention and treatment efforts. If people are interested in this topic, there's an upcoming regional conference of the International Society of Addiction Medicine in about 2 weeks in Singapore, which will focus on mental health and addictions. We have our upcoming main Congress in Hamburg in May. And the International Conference on Behavioral Addictions, which is now in its, will be its 10th meeting, will be in July in 2025. And then specifically focusing on digital media and developing minds, Children and Screens is hosting a conference in Washington, D.C. So I'd like to thank a large number of individuals. Thank you all for your attention, and thanks to also the funding agencies and the organizers. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Potenza, for your insightful speech. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, next, please welcome Professor Sylvia S. Martins, Professor of Department of Epidemiology at Columbia University, USA. Welcome. Let's give her a round of applause.
Well, I'd like to thank the forum organizers for inviting me to be here today. I don't think I need the podium. Yeah, inviting me to be here today, and it's my first time in Taiwan. And now I'm going to switch gears and talk about a different topic. So not internet addiction, but a topic that is important and is important not just for. I'm going to talk about U.S. data, but not just for the U.S. for other countries. And giving an overview of problems related to substance use disorders among reproductive age, pregnant, and postpartum women, and talk about the problem of overdose deaths among pregnant and postpartum women in the U.S. comparing to reproductive age women. And then link that to some policies that occur in the. Back again. Okay. So and also talk a lot about the drug types involved in those overdoses, when those overdoses happen in terms of pregnancy timing and where we can intervene, and also relate them to like different policies that happen in U.S. states that can happen also in other countries, and potential public health implications. So first, I'd like to acknowledge funding and disclosures. I have no conflict of interest to disclose. Funding for this project was supported by grants from the National Institute of Drug Abuse and Health, NIH, USA, and also for the students working in the project, from the Substance Abuse Epidemiology Training Program, and the NIDA has no role in the conduct of the study or decision to work on the project. So first of all, I'd like to give an overview about what is the current state of past year illegal drug and cannabis use in women in the US. And I separate drug and cannabis because cannabis, as most of you probably know, is legal either for medical or recreational purpose or both in many states in the US. And what we see here is that as of 2022, the latest data from the National Survey on Drug Use and Health, we see that almost 23% of women ages 12 and older report having used an illegal drug illegal drug other than cannabis at least once in the past year. And among those that are young adults, ages 18 to 25, 40% of them report having used an illegal drug other than cannabis in the past year, representing almost 7 million young women. When we think about cannabis use, then the prevalence rates are higher. So overall, like among women ages 12 and older, about almost 20% of them report using cannabis in the past year, and almost 38% of young adults report using cannabis in the past year. And of course, among this group of women, not all of them will develop dependence, will develop a drug use disorder or overdose, but among them, there are people that are at risk for developing these disorders. I'd also like to point out that drug use in pregnancy is not that uncommon. Also, the latest data from the National Survey on Drug Use and Health shows that about like 5 to 9% of pregnant women use drugs. Most of them report using cocaine, but they also use opioids, amphetamines report using cannabis, but they also use opioids, amphetamines, and cocaine. What this graph shows is the increase in non-medical opioid use and amphetamine use among pregnant women in the US from the 2000s to 2014. And what we see here is a 300% increase in non-medical opioid use. That includes prescription opioids and heroin and fentanyl later on, and almost a 180% increase in amphetamine use. And probably what we see here is lower than what is actually happened, because there is a fear of women, particularly pregnant women, of disclosing their substance use because it can lead to serious consequences, including potentially losing their children and being criminalized for their behavior. Also, when we think about substance use disorder as cause of contributing death in the US, this is a report from the CDC where they looked at deaths, maternal mortality deaths. So that means like deaths since the beginning of pregnancy up to 1 year after delivery in 38 US states. And what they showed is that about almost 25% of these deaths could be related to a substance use disorder. I'd also like to point out, specifically thinking about the topic of overdoses among pregnant and postpartum women, that when we did our research, we first looked at these two other papers that they did a research looking at overdoses among pregnant women in the U.S. In subsamples of the U.S. states. And they looked at earlier data, and they showed that there was an increase in overdoses, particularly due to opioids among women. But there was up until then there was no nationwide study, especially because there were several caveats. There are several caveats and problems with the way pregnancy is reported in the death certificates in the U.S. So this is data from one of those studies in which we see, like from the 2010 to 2019, we see a big increase in drug-related overdose deaths in women during pregnancy and the postpartum period. That's up to 1 year after delivery, and it's way higher than the rates of deaths for suicide and homicide in this particular population. So I'd like to highlight like a study that was led by one of my postdoctoral fellows, in which we looked at drug overdose mortalities among pregnant and postpartum women from 2017 to 2020. So what we did is we looked at data from CDC's National Vital Statistics System restricted mortality files from that period, and we looked at drug overdose mortality rate per 100,000 population among pregnant and postpartum women, the total population, and reproductive age women. And why did we start at 2017? Because that was the first year where truly we had data on pregnancy-related deaths across all U.S. states. Before that, any registration of pregnancy-related death was really unstable because not all the states adopted a way to identify pregnancy-related drug deaths. And so we looked at underlying cause of deaths, and then they also had to report deaths due to any of these drugs, including benzodiazepines, fentanyl. Fentanyl is a big driver of the opioid epidemic in the U.S. ever since 2015. Heroin, prescription opioids, who were drivers of the opioid epidemic in the U.S. earlier, before 2015. Psychostimulants, which we now see in a lot of overdoses in the U.S., linked together with fentanyl or separately, and unspecified drugs in the overdose. And then, as I mentioned before, like it was impossible to do a nationwide study before 2017 because of the ways that the states coded death certificates in pregnancy, and the implementation was low throughout all states in the U.S. The last state that adopted the pregnancy checkbox was West Virginia, and California also had a different method as compared to other states. So we did different analysis to see if the results were stable and would stand. We also just as like prior studies, we were also able to identify whether the overdose death happened during pregnancy, in the early postpartum period, or in the late postpartum period. And this is just to show all the pregnancy-associated death codes that we used in the study. And then now to our results. So what we saw is that there were about like 1,600 drug overdose deaths in this time period among pregnant and postpartum women. And that is the line in black in the bottom. And what we saw is that the prevalence per 100,000 individuals among pregnant and postpartum women increased from 6.48 per 100,000 to 11.79 per 100,000 in 2020. And that represents an 80% increase in drug overdose deaths in pregnant and postpartum women during this time period, which includes also like the initial year of the COVID-19 pandemic. And these increases were greater in magnitude than like increases in overdose deaths among reproductive age women, who are represented by the red line, and also they were greater than increases in the total population that were increases of 42% from 2017 to 2020. We are currently waiting to receive like restricted data from 2021 to 2024 to see if this trend has persisted or not since the COVID pandemic. We also were interested in looking at the drug types involved in these overdose deaths among pregnant and postpartum women. And what we see here from this graph is that overdose deaths in which heroin, prescription opioids, prescription opioids and benzodiazepines were involved remained relatively stable throughout this time period from 2017 to 2020. But we saw steep increases in deaths due to psychostimulants, so that is the yellow line, and representing amphetamines and cocaine, and also steep increases in fentanyl and other synthetic opioid deaths, which is the red line, where we see a steep increase in these overdose deaths among pregnant and postpartum women, particularly a steep increase from 2019 to 2020. When we looked at demographics among these women that died by drug overdoses in the US, what we saw is that they were overrepresented among young women ages 25 to 29 and women ages 30 to 49. We also, due to all the disparities, all the disparities associated with drug use and drug use disorders in the U.S., we also aim to look at whether there were disparities by race and ethnicity. And what we saw is that the largest proportion of women that died by drug overdose deaths in this time period were white non-Hispanic women, followed by Black non-Hispanic women. But of course, there might be some degree of misclassification in how race and ethnicity is classified in these deaths, because that's the race and ethnicity is identified by the coroner, by the medical coroner, not necessarily by family members. So there might be some misclassification there. We also were interested in looking at whether these overdose deaths happened during pregnancy, in the early postpartum period. That means like within 42 days after the delivery, or in the late postpartum period, particularly because this is important like for interventions. So there is research showing that among pregnant and postpartum women with an opioid use disorder in the US, less than 50% of them are receiving medication for opioid use disorder treatment. And what we saw is that 36% of these deaths happened before birth, then 17% of them occurred in the early postpartum period, and 47% of them occurred in the late postpartum period. So suggesting that there are mechanisms to intervene in each of these different phases. And I also should point out that since the U.S. doesn't have a universal healthcare system, a lot of these women they are allowed to receive care via Medicaid during their pregnancy, but they lose Medicaid care 1 month after delivery of the baby. So the late postpartum period, it could be that a lot of these women are not receiving any type of health care and don't have access to health care. So that is something that our research team is exploring now. In one of our research grants. So just to summarize findings from this study, so pregnancy-associated drug overdose deaths increased from 2017 to 2020. Most pronounced increases were observed between 2019 and 2020, particularly for fentanyl and psychostimulants, and they appear to be very common in the late postpartum period, and that could potentially be related to the lack of health insurance access in this period. Of course, the study has small numbers and several subgroups, so we couldn't look into more detailed health disparities. There might be potential misclassification, and we need to replicate this with more updated data. We also broader issues and areas for future research should consider, like tailored drug treatment access, harm reduction services for pregnant and postpartum women. They need to be more universally available. So as I said before, at least for opioid use disorder, less than 50% of pregnant and postpartum women have access to treatment in the US. And there are also racial and ethnic disparities in access to treatment in the country. And also, the U.S. has really harsh punitive prenatal drug laws, which I'm going to talk a little bit in a minute about another of our group studies. And so there is a stigma and the fear of the women even disclosing to their primary care provider or to their gynecologist or to the gynecologist and obstetrician that they are are using drugs. So there are some researchers and policymakers that are proposing, like, for example, removing punitive eligibility requirements for government assistance for pregnant people. So all that said, like one of the ways to intervene in these overdoses among pregnant postpartum women would be like by modifying some of these substance use laws that target pregnant people. So we did recently a literature review on the punitive policies associated with prenatal drug use in the U.S. And that was also led by Emily Berzelius, who is a postdoctoral fellow in my research team. So what do we see here is that the U.S. is very punitive in terms of pregnant women that use drugs. So about 25 U.S. states have any punitive drug laws. Out of 23 of them like have some form of civil child abuse laws. Up to five of them like have involuntary civil commitment laws. 2 criminalize drug use during pregnancy. And also 6 of these states also have laws that if a woman is using drug during pregnancy, they lose the rights to their child. And importantly, like policymakers that proposed these laws thought these laws could serve as a deterrence for women to stop using drugs during pregnancy and postpartum and take care of their children. But in our review, what we saw is that the presence of any of these punitive laws was overall, they didn't have like a good policy impact. Overall, it was harmful. They were harmful. These laws ended up like not helping like access to treatment or access to treatment. So there was no beneficial effect of these laws for the women and for their infants. So what we're now doing in one project is we're also looking at pro-social policies that have. There are some U.S. states that have pro-social policies that target drug use during pregnancy and the postpartum, but they have been largely understudied. So as of now, like we're doing a legal epidemiological review of all punitive and pro-social policies in all U.S. states, and we're also preparing a scoping review in which we're looking at the pathways through which like each of these like subgroups of policies, either punitive or pro-social, could affect different outcomes such as drug use and drug use disorders, or they could affect racialized health disparities, medical care access and delivery, and drug use treatment. And we're still in the midst of doing this, and we should be publishing this paper sometime early next year. But our early findings show that it's usually states that have pro-social policies, and that's where we see like better outcomes, better linkage of women, of pregnant and postpartum women with treatment, and better outcomes for their infants. So I'd like to acknowledge my research team. This research couldn't have been done without a group of collaborators at Columbia, at UCSF, at Cornell, and also postdocs and doctoral students in the team. And thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Martins, for your insightful speech. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now begin the panel discussion. Please wait for a moment as we arrange the tables and the chairs on the stage. During the panel discussion, if you have any questions about the topics, please feel free to raise your hand and wait to be called up on. And please use the microphone located next to your armrest. Simply press the button to activate the microphone. Thank you. Please just wait a little longer. The forum is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like now to invite our moderator, Dr. Chen, and the speakers from Parallel Session 2 to the stage for the panel discussion. Please give them a round of applause. Welcome. Please be seated. Thank you. And now turn over the floor to Dr. Chen.
Thank you for being in this room. I hope you enjoy this discussion as much as I do. I do enjoy all the discussion, and I think many of you might have a lot of questions. So take this great opportunity and please ask your question about research, about children mental health, internet addiction, or drug use in women, even for minority problems. Anything? Like, please raise your hand or. Yeah.
Thank you so much. My name is Mbuso Dlamini. I'm accompanying the Minister of Health from the Kingdom of Eswatini. I think, first of all, I would just like to appreciate and acknowledge the series of lectures that we've had and giving us an insight of how the major problems that we are facing, not only just here, but globally. I think for us as a developing country in the Kingdom of Eswatini, we might not have data, but we are seeing that there's an increase in terms of gaming addiction. So I think globally there's a need to sensitize the issues regarding gaming disorders and also preventing our children, adolescents from such things in the nearby future. And we are gaining more of access to smartphones in our country. My question is that the role of us as parents or social norms and dynamics in terms of promoting this, if I may say so, taking away kids and adolescents from games. You know, back in those days when you grew up, there was a lot of social interactions and games whereby they will interact and come play together, sports engagement. I do understand the fact that those things are still happening. But then to what extent, because nowadays you find that people live in isolation and there is not much social interaction. How can we as countries, as globally, go back, step back and say that, you know what, let's come back to the state whereby we used to be engaged, taking away the adolescents and the kids from the time that might be spent using their phones, smartphones to gain access to internet, but in a way that will promote social interaction and involvement and engagement and in building one another. Because we see to it in terms of affecting their performance at school. You know, they don't do well. Some of them have access, even at an adult level. I think nowadays we are more of like prone to access to our phones. We see it in meetings, conferences, conventions. And if you can look at the number of us using or having access to phone and what activities are we doing. So what is it that we can do in the near future? Thank you. I think that's the first one. The second one, I think the other thing is my concern is about the last talk about substance disorders and overuse and pregnant women. I would really like to appreciate the fact that, you know, we've had that background. And I just wanted to know, because I think I've overheard the Prof said that there is an issue with access, you know, at the late postpartum area. What could that be? What could the cause? And is it a background of national health insurance? Is it delayed health-seeking behavior? Of course, you did mention the fact that there is issues with stigma and also the women failing to or not coming forward or disclosing about their substances. But the access to health, is it caused by that specifically, or is it because of a socio-economic problem like finances if there's no national health insurance to cover? Thank you.
So great questions, both of them. So I will refer the first question to Professor Potangza and also one of the Professor Cole, and second question to Professor Martins, okay?
So thank you for the very thoughtful question about different aspects of gaming and gaming problems and social development. And I think it's a complicated topic, particularly given that the ways in which children and adolescents socialize has changed over time. So, for example, if particularly for young developing males, if one does not engage in gaming, one may be excluded, ostracized from a social group. So, how do we have an understanding of the current environment of socialization, and where does gaming fit into that? Is a complicated question, because what we don't want is for the gaming to become excessive to the point that it interferes in one or more areas of life functioning, that it doesn't crowd out healthy development with respect to physical activity. But we do want people not to be overly pathologizing behaviors that people enjoy and that people can engage in. And how do we help youth navigate this with respect to gaming, as well as other internet use behaviors, is a complicated issue, because oftentimes parents have not grown up in the same environment as their children with respect to digital technologies. So oftentimes what I would recommend is trying to engage children in discussions, be open, curious, non-judgmental, perhaps engage in some of the same gaming behaviors so that one does have a lived experience aspect of what it is like to engage in that behavior, and then try to help children navigate their development in an age-appropriate fashion. So in some ways, what this might resonate with is sports. So for example, for males growing up, say 50 years ago, sports were a big part of development. Many children wanted to become professional athletes. You want to balance the time of engaging in sports recreationally with other academic and other activities, with the realization that it's a small number of individuals who are going to go on and become successful professional athletes. So how does one help youth navigate those sorts of questions? Perhaps some of that can be applied to gaming, because there are people who can become professional, who can engage in professional gaming. Platforms like Twitch, people can make money. There are a few people like Ninja who can make large amounts of money gaming professionally. There are there's competitive gaming, esports, which is a big thing, meaning the Legends Championships have outpaced the viewership for the NBA Finals, for example, or the Super Bowl. So these are big phenomenon, and understanding them as parents, it may seem out of place, but I think it's important for us to do so.
I think Professor Ko has some thoughts to add, particularly on the experiences in Asia.
I have to view a point. In my clinical experience, the patient with game disorder usually comorbid with other psychiatric disorder or other mental health problem. As a study presented by Patanga, the adolescents with game disorder have high psychopathology symptoms than the controls. So if you, from this viewpoint, we can see that if we try to promote the mental health of adolescents, they could prevent themselves from the game disorder. By viewpoint, if they have a good mental health, they have a good resilience, and they have good coping skill, even they playing gaming, I think there may be no problem with the gaming. From in my experience, actually, most game was not addictive. Only a little game will cause addiction. Very special. So so maybe if we try to make our adolescent under good mental health, I think this could prevent they vulnerable to game disorder. And on the other side, you have a very good question about the game and the internet is an instrument. They have their instrument function, and the adolescent may get positive effect from it. How to separate to use or not to use? I have experience in primary school. I know a teacher to provide the iPad to be a learning tool in his class. However, the class were separate to a small group, one group for four students, and the four students must cooperate in use the iPad. Then, so if we provide the smartphone or the tool to them, and we include some interactive activity in the use experience, this may make them could use the tool to interact and also keep interaction in real life. I think from this point, if the use of internet could be designed and for adolescents, I think it is fine to use it for their functional use.
Well, thank you for your second question. I think it's a variety. It's a combination of several. It's a combination of several things. So first of all, like specifically to the U.S., I would say like pregnant women that are uninsured, they are allowed to be on Medicaid, which is like the public insurance during pregnancy and up to 1 month after the birth of the child. Then they just lose insurance. So usually they won't have funds to see a doctor. The other thing is that then there's also like there's also like the shift from like the shift in the system that from the time the child is born, then the care is all geared towards the child and not the mother. So the mother goes to visit pediatricians with a child, and nobody asks the mother about their issues and their problems. And there's lack of coordinated care. So it's a combination of lack of resources, lack of coordinated care, lack of, like, for example, clinics where you have like obstetricians and addiction psychiatrists that know how to treat pregnant and postpartum women in the same place, lack of childcare services so that you can go to treatment and somebody will take care of your child. So in the end, like, it is all about lack of several social determinants of health, even in a country as rich as the U.S. Yeah, so I remember talking, presenting some other data about like how less than 50% of pregnant women with opioid use disorder are receiving medication for opioid use disorder in a conference in June to Australian colleagues, and they just couldn't believe. Like, their question was, why aren't they receiving treatment? Well, what I first said is, like, the U.S. doesn't have universal health care like your country has.
Other questions? Please.
Thank you very much for really inspirational talks. And I have two questions for perhaps all the speakers. It's related to the internet addiction. We know that the diagnostic tools are still evolving because it is not yet so clear, and there is very thin the border between hyperuse and already the disorder definition. And in my knowledge, there is no agreement, and general agreement, about the screening tools and surveys for diagnostic procedures and also for the screening in different age groups. Do you have any opinion from your point of view how we can perhaps, even in this global forum, tackle this in different countries, different environments, and how to advise perhaps also parents, but also teachers, because this is multi-stakeholder responsibility? And the second question is regarding to what also was presented in Professor Ko presentation, that regarding to co-treatment, codependent, and also responsible parents in the families, but also sometimes siblings, how to really find the best resources. Is there any, your knowledge, according to your knowledge, is there any resource what we can recommend to social workers, to perhaps pediatricians and also teachers, where they can research up-to-date recommendations, how to cope with the parents and how to explain to them up-to-date knowledge and knowledge translation. Thank you.
Is for if we want to identify the high risk student for gaming or even internet addiction, is gaming or social media addiction or global internet addiction. So in Taiwan, we have a school-wide screening right now. So have is the screening tool. So we can use this screening tool to identify, such as in Tainan City, they have a county-wide and all school doing the screening, and they have the screening, and after they have is mentor will discuss with the student and then refer by school counselor and then refer to psychologist or social worker and working with the parent, working with the family. And it's the way, it's a screen and early identification and intervention. And for our camp, we also have collaboration with school counselor and also social worker and medical doctor. So they refer to us, and after camp, we also refer, we have continual follow-up, and also we refer to even is a social worker working with family, and also some of teacher or their teacher and counselor in school. But I think it's very important. We need to have a team collaboration, especially after camp. We have found continue to follow up to 6 months, and we found if we have continued the booster supporting team, they have better recovery rate, and that's relapse rate. And so it's very important.
Thank you very much. And to thank our speakers, Dr. Yu, would you please come to the front? Everybody, please come to the front, and we're going to present certificate of appreciation.
Thank you all for coming, and thank you all for your interesting question and sharing. I think all the speakers will stay a little bit longer for all your questions. If you want to share and talk to them in private, are very welcome. Thank you for coming and enjoy the symposium and have a very nice day. Thank you.
Thank you to the moderator and speakers. Please remain on the stage for a group photo and the certificates. Just wait a little longer while we're removing the tables and chairs. Thumbs up, yeah! And I like to ask Dr. Chen to present the certificates to our speakers. Please look at the camera. And Professor Ko.
Thank you very much. And would you just stay on the stage for one more minute? And Director Chen Rizhou has prepared some
Big smile.
for you here on the stage. 那我们周副署长，我们的社家署呢，又准备了台湾的这个茶，要致赠给我们的讲者。那我们谢谢
Thank you. And Professor Potenza.
to you, our moderator. Thank you so much. To Professor Yamada.
Thank you. Professor Martins. Thank you so much. Let's look at the camera. Big smile.
Thank you so much.
Let's once again take a group photo with your certificates.
All right, ladies and
来，我们再拿着我们的感谢状，再拍一张。
parallel session, and that's it for the morning session here in this room. And next, we're going to take a lunch break, and we'll be back by 1 o'clock. We'll be back by 1 o'clock, and if you're going to join us for parallel session,
Thumbs up.
public child care policy of Western countries, be back in here in this very.
Big smile. Yay.
We're going to join the parallel session.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Dr. Chen and all the panelists, all the speakers, thank you so much. And thank you all for joining us this morning. We'll now take a lunch break, and the forum will resume at 1 p.m. with 2 parallel sessions. For those attending parallel session 4, please return here to room 1001. For parallel session 3, please proceed to room 1101 on the 11th floor in the afternoon. And please follow our staff's guidance to the dining area to collect your lunch bags. Thank you.
是平行场次3，聚焦欧美托育公共化的成效。那如果您要参加的是数位医疗来消弭数位卫生不平等现况的场次的话呢，要请您移驾到10楼，要请您移驾到10楼，谢谢。那我们等一下见。 卫生福利部李建德次长上台，给我们介绍主讲人。主讲人请。
Okay, dear ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It's my great pleasure to be the moderator of this very important section. And in this section, we will talk about
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone, all the distinguished audience from over the world, our distinguished speakers. These sessions, we are discussing about how to leverage the information technology to reduce the health inequality. And in these sessions, we prepare 3 talks for you. One talk is use the informatics to improve the health quality. Another is use the Smart on Fire, that's the app market. And the third is use drone to help reduce the health inequalities. So first of all, I would like to introduce the first speakers. The first speaker is Dr. Ken Mendo. It is really my pleasure that I can invite Dr. Ken Mendo to Taiwan. Dr. Ken Mendo is a leader in biomedical informatics, and he's the director of computational health informatics program at Boston Children's Hospitals, and also the Donald A.B. Lindenberg Professor at Harvard Medical School. Trained as a pediatrician and emergency physician, his pioneering work has transformed the digital health and biosurveillance. He was a key figure behind Smart on Fire, an innovation that enables an app store for health, ensuring seamless access to health data for patients and providers nationwide. His influence extends to the 21st Century Cures Act, setting standards for data interoperability and patient access. Dr. Mendo also directs groundbreaking projects in genomics, such as the Federated Genomic Information Commons across leading children's hospitals. His contributions have been recognized by prestigious memberships and awards, including the Presidential Early Career Award. He is the dedicated mentor and advisor to national health organizations. So today he's going to share a topic that integration AI in healthcare requires interoperable digital data ecosystem. Lessons learned from Smart on Fire. So please join me in welcoming Dr. Ken Mendo.
All right, thank you, everybody. And feel free to interrupt with questions. I don't mind at all. I'm going to try to introduce the idea of how we bring modern methods into the health system. And because of the theme of this conference, I want to be sure that I emphasize one of my passions, which is what is the interface between health system and public health and global health. More up. Okay. I can hear myself. So let me jump in and talk about a business methodology from a consulting company called Gartner, which emphasizes a cycle for the introduction of new technologies. And in this cycle, at the beginning, there is something called the peak of inflated expectations. And this is where there's a heady and frothy level of investment and excitement and discussion. And artificial intelligence clearly is having very high expectations right now. And so one question is, are we at the peak of those expectations,
Or are we about to go down this very sad trough of disillusionment, which is what happens when people try to actually implement something well? And when you try to implement something well, that's when and you're actually in the trenches doing things, that's when things get harder. And so the question is, are we there, or is the excitement actually justified? And we're going to have a huge amount of major change in the way we deal with information in healthcare. And I think we don't yet know. But let me just give an example of why artificial intelligence, I think, is going to change the way we practice medicine. So this is a picture of my son, who he's a stand-up comedian now, doing very nicely in New York. But from the time he was probably 2 years old, he has had inflammatory bowel disease. And then when he turned about 11, he developed a seizure disorder. Now, the seizure disorder went away. They told me it was going to go away, and I half believed them, which was good, and then it did go away. So I'll give you the punchline there. But he had 2 comorbidities. So I said to the gastroenterologist, I said, hey, could this inflammatory bowel disease and the seizure disorder be related to each other? Because why does my son have 2 things? And the gastroenterologist says, before you could take a breath, no. And then I asked the neurologist, could these 2 disorders be related to each other? He said, no. And so I'm like, okay, how do you know that? And I had this amazing tool called a postdoc, and incredible power. I had a data and I had a postdoc. And most doctors don't have this available to them when they're practicing medicine, and most parents don't have this available to them. So we went into 2 big data sets, and we looked. And not only was inflammatory bowel disease related to seizures, such that you have multiple times the risk of seizures if you have inflammatory bowel disease, but we looked across all autoimmune diseases. And all autoimmune diseases have an increased risk of seizures. Now, the neurologist did not know this, and this was really, this was only a few years ago, but it was at the beginning of this brain-gut axis theory that has really been proving to be very important in physiology. So we published this in JAMA Neurology. It gets covered in the Wall Street Journal, but this is where the AI part. So first of all, we looked to say, okay, maybe each of these doctors, and these are great doctors and they're friends of mine, they're colleagues because I work at the same hospital, but we looked into their practice. Maybe they didn't see this, maybe they didn't know this because they didn't see this, but it turns out in their own patient panels, their actual patients that they saw, those patients had these patterns. Those patients had increased risks of seizures. So even though we think as physicians that we integrate all that information and bring fantastic clinical judgment, which we largely do, we can't do it at this level. Because these are 2 of the best docs in the world. They're at the top of their field, and they couldn't see this pattern. Artificial intelligence will see this pattern in a nanosecond, okay? And so it is important to think about how we bring it in. And if we think about the way it's going to change what we do, both in practice and in public health and global health, this is the way agriculture happened 100 years ago. It was 90% automated. No, it was no more than 10% automated, and that was by horses and oxen. And then it became 90% automated. And so what's going to happen next to thought? What's going to happen to thought? So the first revolutions in technology took over physical labor. But now thought is going to begin to change. And this interface and the amount of information we get out of the healthcare system is really going to affect global patterns. So also, why am I pretty confident that AI is going to enter healthcare in a big way? And I do think there will be a trough of disillusionment because people who actually have to make these things work are finding it hard. But because we're actually running out of doctors also. And so there's about 1 million physicians in the US, but that number is decreasing. About 80% of them are now employed, and that's a lot higher than it was just a few years ago. And increasingly, they're being employed by for-profit hospitals and private equity companies who really are mostly interested in efficiency, far more than they're interested in anything else. And then if you look at our training, and we've got folks, and we've got doctors retiring at high rates. And if you look at our training, the residencies are not filling in primary care. So artificial intelligence, so we have big companies coming in running healthcare. We've got no docs. We've got the rise of artificial intelligence. There is just no question that artificial intelligence is going to have to fill in. It's not just going to displace doctors, it's going to fill in the gaps where the doctors aren't even there. Has huge implications also for resource-poor settings where there weren't enough docs at all in the first place. So if you look back also, what else can AI do besides start to look for interesting patterns? Well, we can actually predict the future. And by predicting the future, here's an example of a study that another postdoc of mine did, now a faculty member. In 2009, we could predict domestic violence up to 2 years before it happened using patterns of disease. And we could predict the emergency department visit for domestic violence, which is a very bad event. And we published it in the British Medical Journal, so it was a high-impact paper, and then I tried to actually implement this AI algorithm in our health systems, and there really was no way to do it. I mean, I could have done it. I could have spent like 2 years to implement it in one place, and it would have never been able to run to another place and run in another place, and we would have had all the issues we have with AI now. Data set drift and shift and all those things would have happened, and we would have been on the bleeding edge of that, and we would have only implemented in one place. So I wrote a piece in the New England Journal of Medicine as Obama was taking office, and it suggested that we should take a really careful look at a policy he had. And a policy that he had was to implement electronic health records across the entire United States with a $48 billion investment to promote the adoption. Most of that investment was to pay doctors to get over the hump and the pain of purchasing and implementing the system to run in a meaningful way. And we said, look, if you're going to do this, put an innovation layer on top, because these are just software products. They're not really an operating system for healthcare the way they're designed. But if you had an innovation layer, the way that Steve Jobs had put an innovation layer on top of the iPhone. When the iPhone was first released, it was really just a music player that also made phone calls. But then 1 year later, they created the App Store. And the App Store meant that a third-party developer could create apps for the iPhone without flying to California, talking to Steve Jobs, and figuring out how to do it. They had a kit. They had something called an application programming interface. They could make an app. It would run on the iPhone. Between the time we wrote this paper, there were 10,000 apps for the iPhone, and the time it was published, about 3 or 4 months later, there were 50,000 apps for the iPhone. So this caught this trend of modern computer interfaces where not everything is so tightly integrated that you're slowed down. And there's an opportunity here in healthcare as well. It's in computer science, this idea is called abstraction, and the essence of abstraction is preserving information that is relevant in a given context and forgetting information that is irrelevant in that context. And that means, in the case of apps, that the app developer for a game doesn't need to know anything about the inner workings of the iPhone, which are proprietary and secret anyway. And the goal here was that the developer of an app to help you manage your medications or transmit surveillance data to a global health organization does not need to know anything about the inner workings of Epic. They need to know how to ask for particular data and get that particular data in a systematic way across an API. And so we'll have a fire workshop on Friday here where we'll go into some of this in more detail, but we created 2 of these application programming interfaces. One was for electronic health records for one patient at a time so that you could get the data out on that one patient, and that the data would be standardized in a format called FHIR, spelled F-H-I-R, which is now managed by HL7, who we have represented here, and Apple used the Smart on Fire API to connect the health app in the United States to for all Americans with iPhones can get their full data on their iPhone through this API, and they can share it with a public health agency, with their doctor, with their family member, with an app that uses AI to help them improve their care. And by the way, this isn't a talk on direct to consumer, but direct to consumer is going to be a very big thing because patients have their data, AI knows what to do with the data, and the data flows are there. And this is going to be a very big thing that health systems are going to have to take a look at. Another API we have is one that gives population-level data. This is very important for surveillance, and we had a big project these last few years with the U.S. Centers for Disease Control to reimagine biosurveillance using standardized data that comes everywhere from the same system in the same format. It's very important that the data come out in the same format everywhere, because otherwise, if the data doesn't come out in the same format and you want to put data together from any 2 systems, now you need everyone has to agree and you need to map the data at each place. If the data already come out in the format in which it's going to be used and are stored for care in the format in which it's going to be used, then you eliminate this step, which is not a minor step. It is the step that prevents rapid things from happening rapidly. And so I don't do very much lobbying, but I went down to Washington and convinced a senator that this API was an important thing, and his staffer put 1 sentence into a law. And now there have been 3 regulations, about 2,500 pages of regulations based largely on this law. And this sentence in the law that make it in the United States imperative that data come out in the same way everywhere, and that health systems and electronic health record vendors can't stop the data from coming out for stupid reasons. So when people want the data, it has to be produced. That's called information blocking. So here we are. So we have all that in there, and I'm going to give you the punchline. We have made a huge amount of progress. Dr. Lee will move faster than we did, and he will be ahead of us in 2 years, okay? Because he understands this, and he's going to do it here. And in the United States, I'm always fighting various friction to slow things down. I'm very, very excited about what's going on here, but let me give you an example. If we want to introduce artificial intelligence into the healthcare system, we have to, for example, we have to have an algorithm that works. It has to be derived from real data and then tested. And once you move it to another site, it doesn't work as well because that site has variation. So our electronic health record vendor, the big one, Epic, a couple of years ago, they released their own model to predict sepsis. They didn't check it very well. They said, here it is. We not only store your notes, we're also going to drive your care. And a bunch of academics, many of whom are my close colleagues, actually looked at the performance of this algorithm. It was terrible. And they published that in JAMA Internal Medicine. And then it got fixed, and then they published again. And the FDA looked at this, our Food and Drug Administration, who has a small role in regulating artificial intelligence, or maybe a big role, we'll have to see. They said, okay, yeah, that sepsis thing is a problem. Let's add sepsis as one of the things that needs to be regulated. But that's not a very global sort of solution to this. But the point here is that this was a mess, but this is really the current state of things. And the only way to get past this is to have a digital infrastructure that works. And if you don't have a digital infrastructure that works, you will not be able to do this. And that is where we will slip into the trough of disillusionment if we don't have a digital infrastructure that works. And so there's a whole AI life cycle. So AI has to be developed. First you prove that it has analytic validity so that it actually basically, technically predicts what it says it's going to predict. And then you prove that it has clinical validity, and that is so that it actually produces the right outcomes in the patients. But the clinical validity requirements to get an FDA-approved AI device are very light. So even though you've shown that this diagnostic, for example, predicts, in our case, let's say it was predicting future abuse, and you wanted to get that FDA regulated, then you would show that it did it, but it doesn't mean it's going to really work in the real world. The incidence, the rates of those conditions will make a difference. The way the data are coded, the populations may be different. It may or may not work. So now you need analytic validity. You need the digital infrastructure on health system data for the whole life cycle, or you really can't get started very well. I wrote this piece called Escaping the EHR Trap, which did not make me popular with electronic health record vendors, I can tell you. And it wasn't even my title. I had a much softer title. The New England Journal wanted this title. They got me in a little bit more trouble than I would have otherwise been in. But the point is, electronic health records are part of it, but if you have these APIs, these application programming interfaces, you're not dependent on them. You can get the data out and you can run it back through the EHR systems, or you can run it next to the EHR systems. This is very important. I think Dr. Lee has a very keen understanding of those limitations, which is going to be very important. So AI regulation is difficult. You've got to monitor things. So there are these things, these data set drifts and shifts, and then ground truth. So if you have a mammography algorithm that looks at a mammogram and says, this is breast cancer, you don't know if that algorithm works until you look in the future and see if that person really had breast cancer. Because if that woman doesn't have breast cancer a year from now, and then it was a false positive, and the algorithm did not work as well. And so there's this idea of measuring ground truth, and that requires that you actually have longitudinal data that you can identify that the mammogram happened and that you can actually do work in advance, in the future. And this is very important for, at global health. If you're implementing screening programs across countries, you want to know. And those data are contained in the health system, and it's a key interface between global health and the healthcare system. Also, and this is a very strong bias I have, the best way to handle data in healthcare systems is to keep the data where it's produced and not produce large, very large centralized databases. There are a variety of reasons for that. One is that healthcare systems will participate better because they have control over their data. Another is that by the time you want to use the data, it's never good enough to use until you've cleaned the data for that exact purpose. And then thirdly, you have to, the patient privacy is a big issue. So if you have federated systems that can do this, you can actually have global surveillance of AI and global health and start to meet global health objectives. I think we're starting to do that in the US, and I think we can start to see these kinds of capabilities in Taiwan as well. And I will hold it there, and I look forward to the discussion after some more excellent talks.
We thank you for Professor Ken's great insight that let us know that the important thing that we would like to realize AI healthcare world is the infrastructures. So if you have any kind of questions that want to ask Professor Camino, please write it now. We have panel discussion after all speakers have delivered their speech. Okay. So our second speech will be delivered by Professor Alan Shao. Alan Shaw is also a pediatrician and a distinguished leader in pediatric emergency medicine and medical informatics. And Dr. Shaw serves as the Chief Health Information Officer and Vice Chair of Clinical Systems for the Yale School of Medicine and Yale New Haven Health Systems, where he also holds professorships in pediatrics, biomedical informatics, data science, and emergency medicine. With a background in biomedical ethics from Brown University and extensive training at Harvard, Dr. Shaw was dedicated his career to advancing healthcare through informatics. Dr. Shaw's expertise in electronic health records and data analytics have driven innovations that support both clinical care and research. As co-director of Yale's Informatics Core for NIH-funded translational research, he emphasized health equity by expanding clinical trials for diverse populations. His leadership extends to managing a team of over 60 experts in data and analytics, enhancing Yale's EHR functionalities to support predictive analytics, COVID-19 responses, and cutting-edge technology, including large language models. Dr. Shaw's impact reaches nationally and internationally through the publications and presentations on leveraging informatics for better healthcare outcomes. And what makes Professor Shaw more special is that actually he's born here in Taipei and moved to the United States at the age of 3 months old. So today he's going to share a talk like the leveraging informatics and the electronic health record to support research, optimize systems, and improve transition of care. Let's welcome Professor Shaw.
Thank you, Dr. Lee, so much for that very kind introduction. And it's great to be here in Taiwan and Taipei. Certainly, as Dr. Lee mentioned, it's like coming home again. So wanted to speak a bit about, share our experience at Yale with electronic medical records and some of the ways that we are optimizing care and supporting research. Changing on here, but not on the screen. No, yeah, it's changing here, but it's not showing there. That's okay, no problem. Sorry, a little technical difficulties. Well, so in the interim, so what I do is share some background about where we were, and so Yale was one of the older medical schools in the country of the United States. Very busy academic research enterprise, as well as clinical, and we train about 1,800 residents and fellows every year, even though we have a fairly small medical school, about 100 medical students in each class. But what we had in past years was what we call a sort of best-of-breed nightmare. We had lots of paper in our ambulatory charts. In our inpatients, we had separate inpatient systems for all of our different hospitals in the health system. Separate OR systems, separate, couple of our hospitals had ambulatory systems that were also separate, lab information system, everything all separate. And then the ED was basically on paper. And so, yeah, thank you. So, and so what that made things very, very difficult, as you can imagine, to get anything really done. And one big problem is that you have many different companies, different vendors supporting all these different applications. They all upgrade and have maintenance cycles that are separate and different, and all the information is separate siloed databases. So if you want to do disease surveillance, if you even want to just clinically understand the big picture of the patient, you really couldn't. And so that really did not work well. But back then, in 2009, 2010, that was sort of the standard. And what you heard Dr. Mandel mention earlier, was that we did have some legislation, a big push from the Obama administration to really encourage adoption of much better systems that actually could have much more functionality. And then so fast forward, in 2010, our CEO and the dean of our medical school, even though two very separate entities, actually made a great decision to unify things onto a single system. And even though, again, we're two separate entities, but everyone thinks of Yale Navy Health System, Yale School of Medicine as the same thing. So our patients really didn't know any different. So we got one of the leading systems, Epic, as you've probably heard that name. But why they've gotten so much market share is because they have so many different modules all in one single database. And as a clinician, you might log in, you might choose a different context, but you can see the entire patient chart, single medication list, single allergy problem list, and then you have all these different modules here, the ED, OR, inpatient, outpatient, cancer care, lab information system, all in one single database and all in one system. And so we've really used this EHR to really tie our systems together, all of our hospitals. We have 7 hospitals now, and about 7 million ambulatory encounters, there was a previous slide that we skipped because of the technical difficulties, and about 500,000 ED visits, kind of give you an idea of our size. So we're a medium healthcare system. But some obvious advantages of electronic records and integrated ones would be legibility. Now you can actually digitize the information. And on the right, there's an actual note that I, as a resident, had to struggle to read and try to understand what was the wisdom that my pediatric, oncology attending was trying to, kind of share with all of us. So it was nice now you can actually see everything typed out and legible. But even more powerful, if you have an integrated health record, is you can enable things like disease registries. Right, you can really improve, care as a population. You can do all sorts of chronic disease management that you can't do if everything's siloed in different systems, and you don't have one good big picture of a patient. And certainly, we've also, justified our investment in a single electronic integrated system by all the cost savings. And in the past, we would literally have even a patient transfer from one of our own hospitals to our other hospital. Again, on separate systems, we'd have to sometimes repeat the chest X-ray because we didn't know what the other one showed, or repeat, draw that lab test because it was actually faster to do that than try to get information from that other hospital. And you can imagine when that hospital is, a competitor in the state, really, really difficult back then. But now that most of the U.S. is on some of these more advanced systems that are integrated and have been able to support some of the standards that Dr. Mandel mentioned earlier, we now have health information exchanges and able to really share information, and that gives us a platform to kind of do more of the complex things that we want to do with CDS and AI. And so here's just a screenshot of CONI, our Connecticut State Health Information Exchange. So now all 50 states in the U.S. now have a HIE, where you actually, by law, states require sharing of different amounts of information between hospitals. And this is a fairly new development. And so for us, Connie is actually only about, I think, 4 or 5 years old. But you can see here, quite a bit of information from many different hospitals. This is a mock-up patient, don't worry. But what was one of the challenges is because they have to go for the lowest common denominator, it's really just free text. And so if you really want to find, specific lab results, X-ray result, you have to kind of really hunt through and scroll through and read through a lot of the charts. So it's better than before where we had no information, but now it's kind of clunky and hard to go through. But you can get images through this, which is what most of us use now. Probably even better is when you have more advanced systems where they do use structured ontologies and really map the data. And a good example of that is Care Everywhere that Epic has, where very seamlessly you can exchange information between Epic instances. And Epic now actually has about an 80% market share in the US for most of the academic centers and big hospitals, which is quite remarkable. And so what that means is you can see here we've shared with Hartford Healthcare, for instance, over 14 million encounter information in the past year. And it really makes patient care much better for the patient, because even though they might seek care at multiple institutions, we can see what happened there, and then since it's structured, we actually can even just import it with a couple of clicks into our EHR if we want to. But our CIO, Lisa Stump, in 2012, actually, a quote that I like to share is she, pretty bold back then, was like, we're not going to compete with patient data. And this was not the norm. Hospitals were competing with patient data. Hospitals were purposely not sharing it because they figured, well, then the patient will come back and get more of their care with us if we keep the information locally. But as many of you know, a patient could show up, get hit by a car, need to go to the emergency department. They don't have the luxury of choosing which one they go to, or maybe it doesn't, maybe it's across town. So really remarkable to have this information now at our fingertips. And then, as Dr. Mandel mentioned, also with the 21st Century Cures Act that was passed in the U.S. and started taking effect the past few years, now finally there's a rule that hospitals can't information block. And patients also have the right to request information from the hospitals and have to be given to them in a timely fashion and in the format that they want to receive it. So, it's only until recently we've kind of made some advancements in this area. When you do have these standardized, databases, it does make it easier to, have comprehensive or kind of collected large databases, and so definitely has its limitations. But EPIC does have a kind of a Cosmos international data warehouse where they have de-identified information from now over 280 million patients, and what they've done is create an opt-in model where if you want access to the information, you have to then share your hospital's information. And it is de-identified, so definitely a lot of limitations. Dr. Mandel mentioned earlier, there's definitely advantages to having a federated data model, but the U.S. isn't quite there yet. So I think EPIC looks to sort of fill that void in the meantime. But you can see they've mapped a lot of their data models to standards that then make it easier to do some queries. And what's happening now is there are some folks who are doing some research using Cosmos, and here's an example. And with 280 million patients, they have kind of a very high power, fairly easily at a relatively low cost. Of course, it's all retrospective, but here you can see that they've done a study where they had a theory that because a Flovent, popular inhaled corticosteroid, is no longer available, that it might lead to more ED visits. Patients maybe have poor control of their asthma, and they're able to quickly do studies, including 700,000 plus patients, and be able to detect that in fact there are some higher incidence of ED visits. And then similarly, here's another study that was done where they looked at over 190 million ED visits, which is kind of pretty astonishing if you think about it. And they were focused on heart failure, which is about 1.4%, so about 2.6 million visits that they then were able to look at and look for variations in treatment, and then look at how those variations in treatment then result in variations in outcomes. And so again, this is all retrospective, definitely a lot of limitations, but it does kind of give you a playground to start testing out theories with very high power potentially, and then you could design a better study, use this information perhaps to then apply for funding and do maybe prospective studies. But as with all things, too much of a good thing can be a bad thing. And I think now, in the old days, I remember not having enough information in the emergency department because we were on paper, we didn't have access to patient's information. Patient maybe is unconscious, or the family members couldn't tell us that much about their medical history. We sort of functioned, in a void, in a vacuum, if you will, and just did our best. Now there's all this information in the HIE, there's from Care Everywhere, all these notes. There's a lot of note bloat in the EHRs, unfortunately, with copying and pasting and very long notes for because people want to have better billing, and so there's like this whole information overload now. There's not enough time to read through, find that that needle in the haystack of information that you might be looking for. And to make matters even worse, if you look on that chart on the left, what's pretty astonishing too is how fast medical knowledge is doubling. In 1950, medical knowledge doubled every 50 years. And so you can imagine a physician over their lifetime could sort of master and really have this great compendium of experience and knowledge, and really feel like they're at their peak of their game. But if it's doubling now every 70 days, it's just not possible for any of us to keep up. And so one of the challenges is how do we get the right information at the right time? It's not only local information for that patient, but it's also going to be clinical guidelines, evidence-based recommendations, and things like that are going to help with that. Dr. Mandel mentioned earlier, we don't have enough physicians. Probably adding to that, a lot of physicians retiring early, and maybe having people hesitate to enter the medical field. In the U.S. there's very high physician burnout, and I think there is kind of worldwide as well, especially after the pandemic. There's just so much stress now to be a physician or even clinician as a nurse, and other related fields as well. But what a big driver and why I showed kind of couple of these papers is the in-basket, where there's all these patient messages now coming to the physician that they didn't really used to have to deal with. And one of the great things about COVID was patients really adopted patient portals in the U.S. and we went from like 30% to 85% adoption in our own health system. So now we have like 1.4 million patients who use MyChart. It's very easy to type a quick message to their physician, send it off, at 2 in the morning, and then your doctor has a whole day of seeing patients, and they log into their computer and they see they have 30 patient messages waiting. It's very stressful because to answer those properly takes time and it's not compensated in the current model. And then you add to that, there have been studies showing actually that the burden is probably even higher in our female doctors. Patients much more readily will message women doctors, and they also seem to have spend more time with patients and have patients who have more complex psychosocial needs as well. So, and then just another comment too is something that I don't want Taiwan to copy us. Is that the U.S. has the highest EMR burden, and so Epic's a leading system. You might say, oh, it's Epic's fault. Really not. It's because we have so many regulations and billing requirements and things like that we've built into Epic to make Epic enforce those rules. That's become this clicking, typing nightmare for our physicians. And so even now, billing rules for documentation have relaxed a bit. Old habits are hard to break, so physicians are still making very, very long notes and putting more than they need to in there. And then you add that to things like I mentioned, the in-basket burden. There is a very high EHR-driven burden in the U.S. But so how can we counter that? I think some of the ways certainly, as mentioned, in the previous talk, was we're looking into AI. We're looking to how can we automate things with the EHR. And here's an example of a paper that some of our faculty at Yale performed, where they looked at several different algorithms to pick up clinical deterioration. And then they found, some with and without AI, and they identified one model as clearly much more superior, as you can sort of see in that orange curve. And that we've now integrated that with the EHR and using that and actually starting to see some early results where mortality actually has dropped in our hospital by switching and using this model. But why I share this because this is an example of how the EHR can help. Right? Physicians shouldn't be staring at the screen, looking at vital signs and waiting for a new lab result to come in. And they have to be running around seeing their patients and doing other things. But the system can do that for you and then alert you if there's something that's concerning and pick up patterns. AI can pick up patterns earlier than certainly humans can, as Dr. Mandel mentioned previously as well. Other ways we can use the EHR to make things easier for clinicians is to bring the guideline-based, evidence-based information to the bedside right within the EHR. And so here are a couple of screenshots of a heart failure clinic, what we call a clinical care pathway. So it's actually an external tool, but we've integrated it with the EHR, where it's based on guidelines that are evidence-based, and there's links that you can go out and you can click on if you want to actually read where did this recommendation come from, where did it why is it recommending this, and it makes it very easy also to do the right thing. You just click on it and you can some of the blue things, and it'll actually pen certain orders for you and really save you a lot of clicking and make it really easy to follow the guidelines. And these are very powerful tools because it really brings you the right information at the right time when you need it within the EHR. And you can imagine for things like COVID or monkeypox, where the evidence was changing pretty rapidly. Our CDC might publish new guidelines, and we want to update our practices almost basically weekly for a period during the pandemic and even with some of the more recent diseases. But that way the physicians know that whatever they're interacting with in the EHR is the latest up-to-date information. And I remember in the old days, I know several of you are pediatricians in this room, we'd go and pull the red book off of the shelf, and that would give us our information on how to treat this or that ailment. But that information is easily 5 years outdated by the time it gets into print and available. And then just a quick word, and then, one of the things I think is pretty neat is one of our faculty is actually trained an NLP model against real patients in our database, because we have information from all 7 hospitals and their emergency departments, and we knew which infants actually ended up having, unfortunately, non-accidental trauma. Was able to then go back and train NLP at very high sensitivity and specificity to pick up these patients. And so now building this into our EHR so that if a patient is at high risk and about to be discharged, then we'll alert that physician, and if that physician doesn't pay attention to it, also send an alert to our child abuse team so they can try to make some interventions before it's too late, because we know often these children come into the ED multiple times before something really untoward outcome like a fatality. A lot of interest in AI, as you heard earlier, and for good reason. Here's a couple examples of papers where people were publishing articles publishing how Google, Gemini, and ChatGPT were passing board exams, and ChatGPT especially when it went from 3.5 to 4 really advanced in what it could do with medical knowledge. But I don't think any of us think AI is going to replace physicians anytime yet. Passing a multiple choice board exam is very different than being an actual physician, but it kind of shows you how far we've gone relatively quickly. From 1967 was the first kind of conversational chatbot in healthcare, to where Google with their transformer architecture and really being allowed unsupervised training of models really birthed this whole GPT. And OpenAI and ChatGPT unveiling in 2020 really opened up this whole large language model generative AI explosion and interest. And I think what's really brings me great pride when I see how now the world really recognizes how important Taiwan is, because the GPUs and the chips that are needed to drive all of these large language models are produced here, and can't be replicated elsewhere. And so, I think there's a really unique opportunity for Taiwan to really kind of, take the next, take things even to the next level in healthcare as well under Dr. Lee's leadership. I'll just wrap up with a few examples, where definitely we worry about the hype curve and where are we at things, but I've also never seen where we've come to have, something that's so hyped to actually translate to reality so quickly. And so here's a paper, one of the first papers explaining how ambient intelligence using large language models could actually produce quality documents. And you can imagine what they do is they actually have an app listening in while the doctor and the physician and the patient are conversing, doing their medical history tanky, talking about what tests they're going to order, things like that. And then can actually draft a summary for that's suitable to be saved into the medical record. And what I can tell you is that we actually now have over 500 doctors using this today, generating 9,000 notes a week, and they love it. And I've used it myself in the ED, and it really does create some amazing notes. Sometimes you do it that it's not perfect, but it really does save a lot of time. And 2 years ago, I would have said this is science fiction. There's no way this is possible, but it actually is here today. And then I mentioned the in-basket burden. Something else we're testing out is something we call augmented reply technology. With the EHR vendor, and this is where the large language model actually will read the patient message and actually draft you a response to save you some typing. And some papers coming out shows that actually the patients actually like the AI responses, even when they know when it's an AI that created it, because the messages are actually more comprehensive and actually more compassionate as well, because the AI has more time than the physician to really write that note. I know we're out of time. Should I keep going or? Okay, a couple more slides. And then just to share a couple thoughts about AI assisting in other areas like radiology. Here's a screenshot of where AI is reading, kind of reading the results as they come in of CT scans, and the radiologist normally will just work from first in and first out, right? And so they'll work through their work list, but they have a whole long list of CT scans. But AI is kind of scan all the scans for them, and then find ones that have concerning things like a head bleed, and then bump those up on the priority list on the right, so that the radiologist will then go to that one first, and then they can then call the surgical team and make interventions more quickly. So this is, I think, is a great thing, a tool that we're using at Yale as well. And then just here's a paper where showing how AI actually is much better at picking up things like pulmonary embolism on CAT scan. Hasn't quite impacted short-term survival, but is actually far better at picking it up and might be helpful. So a lot of things coming with generative AI, a lot of use cases. I won't read this list. I know we ran a little bit out of time, especially with the technical difficulties. But chart summarization, patient interactions are things that I think are going to make a big difference coming. And then one last thought, switching gears, just share with all of you is. I think having a uniform integrated platform across multiple hospitals, have that information in a database can also really help you with clinical research and really empower patients. And what we do at Yale is we actually use inclusion exclusion criteria for different clinical trials, and we have about 2,000 of those at any given time. Then we actually message patients in the patient portal and tell them, hey, you have this opportunity where we believe this would be a good fit for you, and here's the reasons why. Here's more information. If you're interested, click yes. If you're not, no harm, no foul, and your patient privacy is protected. No information is shared with the investigator. But if they click yes, then the investigators will get their name and can contact them through MyChart or pick up the phone or whatnot. And we've used this to actually really improve our diversity in the patients participating in clinical trials. We find that people love this because they can respond 24/7 versus only 9 to 5 on a weekday for human beings that might be working in the research area. And it's also very cost effective. In the U.S., it's about $6,000 to $7,000 to identify and enroll an average patient for a clinical trial. And here, it costs about $10 of an analyst's time to run these queries. So I think with that, I'll wrap up and look forward to your questions in the Q&A.
We thank Professor Xiao to showcase how advanced EHR system can help clinical care in every aspect. Within a very short period of time, he demonstrated how advanced EHR systems can advance the quality and research. And also, he mentioned that the importance of interoperability. Okay. So let's move to next talk. The next talk, the speaker is Jianru Li. I do not have to read his CV because I work with him every week, meet more than 3 hours for nearly 1 year. Yeah. Jianru is an engineer in an institute called ITRI. ITRI is called the Industrial Technology Research Institute, which is the former institute of TSMC. So now in the world, everybody knows that in addition to pineapple cake, bubble tea, Taiwan has a famous, one of the famous product, that's the hardworking engineers. So you can replicate the factory to the Arizona, to the Germany, but you cannot replicate the hardworking engineer of Taiwan to these two places. So Jianru is this kind of an engineer. Yeah, he keep coding, working 24 hours and 7 days. Every time I text him, he will get quick response and like to play video games and do not talk very much and always say yes to the boss, although some of my ask him very unreasonable. Yeah. So let's welcome Jianru Li. He will share us with the Smart on Fire, unleashing the power of health data.
Good afternoon, everyone. It is my honor to share this topic. Okay, fire is already well known to everyone. Before we start discussing the Smart on Fire, let's look at a scenario. Okay. A hospital use Epic EHR system, and this hospital implement a remote patient management app. This app collects data from phone sensor, including walking speed, step lengths and the working asymmetries to measure the working stability. All the data is processed. Through the edge computing on the phone and sent to the cloud application. The application, application provide aggregate patient health data, dashboard, runs, and all data analysis visualization capability. So the private run the cloud application through the web browser to view all patient for risk data trends and more. That sounds good, but what's problem in this? Problem. Healthcare provider need to switch between the Epic EHR and this standalone web software. So different application required independent login permission. More application requires more management and maintenance. So smart, it means substitutable medical application and reusable technology. It is an open source standard-based API that leverage the OOSO 2 standard to provide secured, universal access to EHR. It is currently used by both Microsoft Azure and Apple. Today, we are very honored that the founder, Professor Camendo, is also here. Okay, in the past, application has their own proprietary database and the data model and the interface. Due to the lack of the standardization, each new application deployed requires resources to maintain. If the application becomes outdated or out of maintenance, data becomes data silos. File standardized. The data framework, it provides a set of models to standardize the clinical data, and the smart standardized the data assets. So the third-party application can plug into the EHR system and access the clinical data. Okay. So Smart provides a standard common API for access EHR, and it builds interoperability ecosystem. So Smart improves healthcare interoperability in the same way standard electrical circuits and the plugs simplify the process of powering different devices in your home. So the promotion of standards requires a policy to support. Okay, let's look at how the United States use acts to promote smart on fire. 21st Century Cures Act called for the adoption of universal API, and for ONC, the government certified IT must use the universal API. For CMS, any health system that accepts Medicare or Medicaid must also adapt Smart. It encourages the payers to implement the common API to improve the health data exchange. Smart simplified app development. Developer no longer need to build customer connection to access EHR database. There are 3 features in the Smart. 1, open source tools and the libraries for development that make it easier to use Smart. Smart standard during application development. And 2, open protocol. open standard for protocol for authentication, relation, and UI integration that define how to build applications with universal access to EHR. And 3, the platform also offers the free sandbox, so the user, the developer, can test his application for this sandbox to verify his application. And after the application is tested, it can be deployed to the server or through the App Store for user to download and use. And this picture is our development smart app, and currently is waiting for approval. And this is the workflow of Smart on File. So the apps first connects to the authentication server to verify identity. After getting the authorization, it retrieves data from the file server. And finally, the data is sent back to the app's website for processing and analysis. So in this example, we use clinical quality language to describe the health insurance payment rules and present the SQL execution engine in the form of a smart app. So we map inclusion. We map indication and the indentations in the health insurance payment rules to inclusion and exclusion in SQL. Let's look at demo video. After we upload the patient data in file bundle format, and we can select patient for test. So the output result indicate the result. You can see more the data that's SQL-based output. That means this patient data mapping the SQL rules. Okay. Similarly, Epic and Oracle Cerner also provide the sandbox for testing the user's application. Okay, finally, we will hold a smart workshop this Friday. We will expand more in preparation. We will expand more implementation details in this workshop course. Everyone is welcome to participate. Okay, my speech ends here. Thank you.
Thank you for Jianlu's sharing. But you're hardly to imagine that 9 months ago, Jianlu is a stranger to this field. He's a computer science scientist that knows nothing about medical informatics. Not within 9 months, now he can operate these things. So this is the characteristics of Taiwanese hardworking engineers. Okay, so Jen mentioned that on Friday we will hold a fire workshop, and currently the registered audiences is more than the seat we can provide. So this is very popular. Everybody wants to learn these new skills, and everybody wants to discuss with the Dr. Mendel. So the last section I myself will share with you is another aspect, how we leverage the digital health to reduce the health inequalities. The scope of the digital health is very broad. It is not only about the EHR. So recently we launched a unmanned drone project to help deliver the drugs to the remote area in the mountains. Slide, please. Break down again. Yeah, so. Okay, so in the interims, I will share, okay, go. Yeah, so now after pandemic, that everybody is get used to the use of telemedicine, especially in the remote area or in the underserved area patients, they rely on the telemedicine. However, after the interview online, if the patient can get the medicines, he can get the treatment that he needs. And in these areas, their transportation is so brittle. You know that there's average 3.5 typhoons here in Taiwan. And the east coast of Taiwan, there's lots of mountains, and their transportation is usually blocked by the landslide. So each time the typhoons comes, and we cannot send the drugs to the villages in the mountains. And sometimes the pharmacists have to ride motorcycles and cross this kind of very dangerous road. And there's even one pharmacist died when they sent the drugs to the villagers in the remote areas because he dropped into the mountains in the valleys. So everybody can think that a manned drone can help with this kind of events. So there are several benefits of drones in drug delivery. First is fast delivery to remote area, and reduce the reliance on ground transport, and increase access during emergencies, minimize delivery delays, and for long-distance supply is cost effective. And there are several situations that are very suitable for this kind of drone medical support. For example, like the earthquake and typhoon. And also the field emergency medical aid, like in Taiwan, there's a special bee hornet called the Hutofeng. So there are a lot of times when mountaineers get stung by this hornet, he requires that epinephrine, but you just cannot send that immediate. But with the use of a drone, it is possible that we send it epinephrine to the patients and save his life. And there are sometimes you have cardiac arrest, so the drone can bring the AED, automatic internal defibrillator, to the scenes. And there are also some mountain accidents like hypothermia, lack of food, and we can also deliver some emergency medical supplies at anti-venom, antidote, or organ transplant. The current drone is so smart because it can do the autopilot based on the GPS signals. And you can set up several stations. So in the long distance traveling, they can transition between stations and they can automatically change their electric battery. So the flight distance can be extended unlimited. However, the core system is not the drone technology. The core problem is the information systems. Let help you review that. What are the processes you require to set up this kind of system? So first, there will be an incident, and the resident or the people will call the EMS. And in EMS, they have to do the initial assessment whether there is a better way to do the rescue. And if they find that the drone is the best policy, then they will have to apply to our Ministry of Health and Welfare because we we will run the drone fleet. And we have to collaborate with the company. The company is like a drone company. They will help the operator the drone do the dispatch. Then the drone company have to apply to the aviation agency to approve their flight. And during the flight, they need to do the flight monitoring. So everything you have to integrate into one information system so that you can make this application system very efficient. But if we do not integrate the system, this is a different department, then the whole process will take days. So you just cannot do the emergency task to let the drone fly. So this is the graph illustrate how the automated drone medical logistics. So the first is do the application to the MOHW and aviation agency and get approval and start to fly. And this autopilot and receive the signals from satellite and deliver. And during the whole flight, either the receivers or the dispatchers or the government and the doctors can view the whole process of the drone flying during the system on the systems. So we have set up some principle about drone-based medicine delivery. The first is they must have insufficient medical resources in remote areas. And second is that they require immediate medical rescue. And third is that complies with the regulations. And the drone deployment decisions is based on and if they have some chronic patient, for example, they have diabetes, they are urgently need the insulin or the anti-diabetic drugs. So we can make that kind of decisions. And there's an acute toxicity or allergy reaction or other emergency medical need. And actually, this is a calculation of the time that can be saved. We want to, this is in Hsinchu mountains. So if we want to send the drugs to a remote area, and this, you use the traditional car transportations, it takes about 80 minutes, but the drone can fly in the straight lines, so only takes about 6 minutes. So save lots of time. And for the information system, this is two major parts. One major part is a government approval system, which I've already shown. The other system is a flight management systems, which include mission management, drone operation, flight image, workflow, team management, historic data management. So we've already set up this kind of systems. So this shows every step they have been approved. So every stakeholders use these systems can see what the applications, if every step has been approved, they just can give him green light for every step. So we will know for which step is the bottleneck. So everybody can work together to solve the problems. And this is a mission management. So they will show that whether the drone has been fly or not. And this is the drone operations. So they will have the map. The map not only for the route of the flight, but also have the height of the flight route. Because if it is under 400 feet, it does not require a special approvals. But it's higher than 400 feet, you require special approvals. And during a flight, everybody can view the videos on the drones, so we can monitoring whether there is an accident, where the drone is safely arrived to the villagers. And this is the log, and this is a drone. So currently the drone already can carry about 3 kilograms, and also can control the temperature. So some medications need very low temperatures. It can also keep the drugs in low temperatures. And there are several application cases in US, UK, Germany, Japan, and Thailand, but none of them have integrated these information systems and work together between the private company and the government. So we want to do the first initiative that collaborate the two sides. Yeah. And I have a video to show to you. Play the video from YouTube. So just start the applications. And you fill the form. This is how they put the drugs and also the ice to keep the low temperature. Put it on the drone. And use the app to control the drone. So the map will show the best route. Got the checklist before flight and automatic takeoff. And monitor during their flight. Now arrive to the destinations and automatic landings. Yeah. You have to make sure that the receiver is the one that you assign to. Yeah. Take the drug back to their village. So this is our pilot run that we want to promote the use in lots of remote areas. Okay, thank you.
Excellent sharing. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now begin our panel discussion, but please wait for a moment as we arrange the tables and chairs on stage. And during the panel discussion, if you have any questions about the topics, please feel free to raise your hand and wait to be called upon. And please use the microphone located next to your arm set. Simply press the button to activate the microphone. Please just wait a little longer. The panel discussion is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, now please join me in welcoming the moderator, Dr. Lee, and all the speakers to come up to the stage for the panel discussion. Welcome.
For the audience, if you have any kind of a question that we want to ask. Buchai, yeah.
Thank you very much. I'm Bunchai from Thailand. Actually, I really exciting to this Taiwanese endeavor on the Smart on Fire. My question, I have two questions. One question is that when maybe, I don't know who are gonna answer this, how about the relationship between the US CDI and the Smart on Fire, because of which one have to be first, or it should be together? The second question is maybe to Professor Allen about the Epic Cosmo. It's the warehouse, right? Epic Cosmo. And you said it is the opt-in. It is opt-in. It seemed to me that the warehouse is the centralized, and then who will pay for it, and how it's structured. because of Dr. Mendel talking about the federate architectures, but for the Epic Cosmos, to me, it seems like it is a warehouse which is centralized all the data that agree to do some kind of the study. So it's different architectures. So two questions. One question is about maybe the Taiwanese, how can you implement smart on fire without Taiwanese CDI? Do you have to develop first and then?
How to get started is, I think, best achieved focused projects at the beginning. So you may create a certain set of data elements that serve a particular function. It's always good to have a driving use case. And parallel, and then based on those experiences, I think in the United States, we got to this US core that eventually is required everywhere. Now, it's not rocket science, unlike Dr. Lee's drones, which are rocket science almost. This is not rocket science. The US core make a lot of sense in terms of, I think everyone would agree on at least 80 or 90% of those are what everybody wants. And I think that the challenge really is to simply define that and to then require it and to figure out at what level, at what tempo you can have each health system have to expose, or each electronic health record vendor at each health system, or a new open electronic health record system that's being implemented widely. There are many interesting choices, but they have to expose that limited data set. And so it's really relates to the 80-20 rule. So it's the 80% that does, 80% of the amount of data that you as opposed to getting out to the tails will get you most of the way there. And so if you can pick that 80% and have that exposed at each site, it actually is a much shorter path than, let's say, what was happening a few years before in, say, HL7 version 3. There was so much, well-intentioned desire to model every single thing all the way out to the end that it never finished. And so in some ways, getting to the US CDI is building up, but in some ways it's really also just a limitation. Like, that's all we need to get started. And then for every time you start to use this, I think more so than in the US, is very important to have real driving uses so that the data are well formed. And for us, the Apple Health app was a major, what we call demand signal on the system. So once Apple decided that they were going to connect to all health systems, they contracted secretly at first with many, many health systems who all mapped their data with high integrity. To that US CDI with high integrity, what eventually became the US CDI with high integrity to make sure that it would appear. If there's no demand signal, then the data won't be well mapped and no one will know why they're doing it. So the US CDI, it's sort of a limitation, but you need some initial data set to get started.
Hopefully it'll pick up. So you asked about what the cost was for the Cosmos?
Yes, it's a warehouse, right? And it's an opt-in, right? The identify and it's used for the research. And the question is that to me is like the centralized, not the federate. It seems like centralized. And how you structure it, who pay for that? Who pay for that, and how the business model of doing this kind of the data warehouse?
Yeah, that's a great question. So I think the business model, I think simply is Epic's paying for it, and I think that that's because they have very big vision for what this data warehouse can do besides making it available for researchers. I think what they feel like is it'll also empower functionality for them that I didn't get into, but potentially very interesting and hasn't gone live yet, but I think very will shortly, is one thing that they call lookalikes, where you can actually use it clinically if because they have de-identified information, you can't identify explicitly which patient at another institution. But if you had, for instance, a patient that has a rare constellation of symptoms and signs, maybe has a few different medical problems that are themselves very rare, you might wonder, is this child of a syndrome? But I don't know what that is. You actually can do a query within the EHR that will then reach out to the Cosmos data warehouse, and it will actually identify all the other patients that have a similar constellation and show you the name of the doctor who has that patient. And then you can, within the EHR, then message that physician, say, hey, I've got this patient that's got this constellation of symptoms. I believe you have one too, or actually, it looks like you have 10 of them. Maybe you're an expert specialist in this area. What is this disease? Do you have any recommendation for me? So that potentially could be very interesting functionality if it works well, but it's still early. But that's one of the things that Epic is working on, which is why I think they are investing the money. And then I think then their thought would be this gives them a competitive edge over the other EMR systems that are being sold in the US. So people maybe trying to decide between systems might be like, well, I'm going to opt in. I want Epic because it's got this Cosmos and it can enable this other functionality. Another one that they have is that they call it, I think, best care for my patient, where more common things. You might have a patient with hypertension, but maybe they're male of a certain age, certain race, ethnicity. Epic will have that data information, and we'll actually be able to compare them to the other millions of patients, pull out the subset that also suffer from hypertension, and then be able to show you. It looks like patients that fit your patient phenotype with hypertension actually responds best to ACE inhibitors versus another class of medication, and so you might want to then try that, and then and so it's a step towards personalized medicine, but kind of a rougher area. But that's something also Epic envisions Cosmos can help them accomplish.
Follow-up question. It seems like, how about the OMOP standard related to this kind of file? It seems like the Odyssey community also promote the OMOP among the university, but it seems like this Apex, Cosmos is Apex alone, and how the community of the university that they implement OMOP.
Yeah, so we certainly have been trying to encourage Epic to adopt OMOP. I think there's some tension there. So they've mapped a lot of the different ontologies, but not OMOP, as a model, which I think we probably would all agree would be ideal. But that's not been a decision they've made so far.
Shuli Julian from National Health Research Institute in Taiwan. Thank you very much for a very smart system and AI utilization. I was wondering, I think it's so nice that we don't have centralized data and we can utilize current data smartly. So I'm very curious about environmental factors, such as, for example, climate parameters or air quality also may contribute to the decision of the patient care. So I was wondering whether this part of information could be included in the system as well. Thank you.
That are going, moving along to get to that at scale. There's nothing particularly hard about it. And I think that what you need is a process that you can implement behind the firewall at the hospitals and healthcare or other healthcare organizations to do the geocoding, so that everyone has their XY coordinates linked to their address. Interestingly, it would be very important especially for for adults to have also their workplace and for children to have their schools, that turns out to be harder. We don't know, we don't have in our databases where people work. But we could start with homes, have the geocoding, and once you have the geocoding, now you can map to, now you can associate that patient with all kinds of environmental, geographically based environmental data. And those data are already expressed according to geographies. So having essentially another API to all the different environmental data sources is an incredible opportunity. And these systems could still exist separately but come together at the patient level that way through mapping.
Thank you so much. So would the privacy leasing problem, would that be discussed and recorded in the 2,500 pages? So is that possible that the user can decide whether they release their personal geocode or not?
Okay, so if we were to geocode, it would really depend on how you're using it, right? So one way to think about it would be that environmental data might be interesting to the doctor and the patient during a visit. In that case, the data, there could clearly be a permission to do that, although it is publicly available data, and you wouldn't really be releasing your geocode. What you'd be doing is pulling the data into that visit, which is already in a protected zone. If you were to now go to population health, those geocodes, if they're too specific, that's exactly where the person lives. That's very revealing. So if you're going to pivot to a population level use of this information, you probably do want to blur out the geocodes to a wider area so that you're not identifying individual. We actually did a reverse geocoding of pictures published in the New England Journal of Medicine of maps, and they made a mistake. They made it so you could actually re-identify people's homes, and we published this. We published this in the New England Journal on various maps that have been done this way. So the geocoding privacy, it can be handled, but has to be handled carefully. But if you think about it in a care environment, then it's really just benefiting the patient. You can involve the patient. And if you're doing it at population level, then you have to blur the area around the geocode. And you have to blur it more in a rural area where there's only 3 people over many square kilometers than you do in New York City, where if you blur it this much, you'll never find the person again.
I'll use this opportunity. We still have time. I would like to ask Mr. Cheng-Ju about the. I saw in your slide you used in the layer of the HL7 fire and also the SMILE, right? And SMILE, to my understanding, is it the HL7 file server? Do you use a Happy server or the SMILE server? The second question is that Taiwan are going to implement SNOMED CT law and several semantic standards. Do you separately implementing the terminology server with the file server, or you integrated working on that?
Okay, for one question, we use Happy server to implement our smart home file. And for two question, in our Taiwan TWQIG, we have separate terminology server. So this terminology server include low-ink SNOMED CT and ICD-10. Yeah. Yeah. SMILE, that is explainable. So SMILE is another product. We just use this SMILE picture to describe the smart on file before and after. So we not use SMILE in our platform. We just use Happy file. Yeah.
problem of the workload of the Happy Fire because of its open source, right? And it seemed like it kind of the use for the research is okay, but use for the real, like the, I mean, 10,000 transaction or 100 transaction, can they handle all of those? You understand what I mean? Like if you kind of connect it and then your file server use the open source, not the commercial one, and then what we experienced in Thailand is that Happy cannot handle like a lot of I mean the transaction that's coming to that file server.
Happy Fire, but it has subscriptions. So needs charge. So
the data volumes is so large that Happy Fire just cannot handle. Then every process will become very slow. Yeah, we'll have to discuss that in one of our meetings. You probably can share the insights. Do certain kind of. So you did not figure it out. Yeah. That's still problems. Yeah, you will try to figure it out.
To my knowledge, actually, there are several common data models. And the only thing in common is actually there are nothing in common, all common data models. So actually, there is some collaboration between HL7 and Odyssey. They try to harmonize Odyssey model and the Fire model, but actually their purpose is quite different by design. OMAP common data model is more research-oriented, and actually Fire is more clinical service-oriented. So till now, I believe most of the data scientists, they are still using maybe OMAP common data model or other kind of common data model. Do you believe that this kind of phenomena will still exist for some time? You will have different kind of common data model, but maybe we can find some way to harmonize those common data models.
I'll make one comment. That's extremely correct, what you say. And the OMOP community is extremely successful, very well organized, and has developed a huge amount of tooling around this, which makes it very usable by researchers. An AI may help with this, but the mapping step from the clinical data, the raw clinical data into OMOP, both has some information loss and also is labor intensive and not doable at all healthcare organizations. So I think what I would hope to see is that the Fire community also begin to develop the proper tooling around Fire, and then you don't have the mapping step, and you also have data with zero loss that is very representative of the clinical processes. And you can learn from some of the good work of OMOP, which I think will be around for a long time because of its utility, its huge user community, and the huge amount of data that's been mapped into it, and it's a very useful thing. But it doesn't map back directly to the clinical processes that we're trying to improve. So it wouldn't be a great model for monitoring our AI performance, for example. And so we're a little bit behind on the ecosystem that's going to help that happen. And so I think that there's lessons to be learned, and I would love to see the two communities working together towards that.
Hello, my name is Tina, and I'm here alongside Dr. Christian Osorio. We are part of the delegation of Guatemala. Oh, I meant to point him right here in this row, on the third row. So we are part of the delegation from the Guatemala's Ministry of Health, and needless to say, we're both thrilled with all the experiences you shared today. And we were meaning to ask for your expert's opinion. So back in Guatemala, we're now facing a challenge. We've begun developing a health data system. So currently we're 100% on paper, but we're aspiring to take that step on digitalizing our health data system. And it's taken us 20 years because we made a decision to develop our own electronic health record. So we began this development focused on primary healthcare. But now that we're going national, we're facing this challenge of how can I put it in words? Like accounting for the expectations of every health unit on the country, right? So we're facing with some expectations of specialized units, especially some hospitals like our coronary unit or our pediatric oncology unit, that they wish to have an electronic health record with some specificities based on their necessities. So our biggest fear is interoperability, but honestly, you've been putting it like, you've made it seem so easy that now our question is, as experts and based on your experience, would you recommend allowing for every unit to decide on their EHR and developing their own EHR or using EHRs available on the market, and afterwards worrying about interoperability of all those EHRs? Or should we invest more time on developing each EHR for each unit so we don't have to worry about that interoperability of each unit, right? What would you say about that if you were to be in our...
Let me make one comment and then turn it over to the people who actually are implementing these things in clinical environments, because I have been blessed not to actually be that close to the ground. So take what I say with a grain of salt. So one question is, at what level? So first of all, I would say if you're sort of starting like in introducing your electronic health record functionality, I would keep in mind the following thing, and that is that, you know, for those of us who started working with paper records, I know it's not very trendy to say this, but they were pretty good. And I could see a patient in the emergency department in 2 minutes on paper. And people said, well, I couldn't get the records. But I could. They came up from my medical records department, and if the patient was from another hospital, they faxed me the records. Now, what it didn't produce was population-level insight without manual chart review. But if that's the function you're trying to solve, you don't build Epic. You build something very, Epic is our big national brand. You build something very different. So I would think very carefully about what you actually need to happen in the system. And then secondly, at the level of the electronic medical record interoperability, one way, and I know that Dr. Lee is thinking about this very deeply, the specificity that you have for a cardiac surgeon to have a different view than a dermatologist can, theoretically, this has not been achieved at scale yet, but it may be achieved first in Taiwan, can happen at the layer of these, what people call smart on fire apps. so that if you have the core level of functionality and a standard data set that meets this 80-20 rule, at least, you could start to have different views, different functionality, different workflows that change very readily without breaking interoperability, and the dermatologist's view could look very different than the cardiologist's. At the next level up, you want to make sure that the dermatologist's view has some similarity in the expected workflows and user interface so that it's not just a mess across everything's different. This one's pink, this one's green, this one, and no one knows how to get started when they go work on they pull up a different app. So there's some harmonization that can happen there, but you can have a lot of specificity for different clinical units with still full interoperability if you do some work at the application layer.
Provide some perspective from the government how to make this kind of difficult decisions. Yeah, so I think the rate limiting step is how much budget you have. If you have very large budget, I think an unified EHR system for whole countries, buying from a very mature commercial vendors will solve lots of things and help you do the digital transformation in a very quick way. However, most of the times, this kind of a solution is too expensive for most of the countries. Usually, a country with a GDP of 500,000, $50,000 can afford this kind of unified unination, one system for whole nation using the commercial systems. So the other choice is that you let your some medium to small size vendors to build up their own EHR system, but you are worried about the interoperability issues. So because now you are building your system from scratch, so this is a very good times. So the government have to set up the standard, the data standard. So you don't have to build a one system for them, but you have to set up the data recording standard, health information exchange standards, so that they can build everything based on your data rule and the application standards. So although they only build a small system for different purposes, but finally they can be interoperable because you already issue the government data standards. So I think that will be the best solution for most of the countries.
Actually, I have a comment. I think if the Guatemala just the paper-based and just the starting to do the digitize or do this, I think the recommendation from Dr. Lee is I think that is the truth that we have to do first. But for the lower middle income country like us, I think don't have digitize before, we don't have legacy. So thinking in the positive way, it is we can leave forks. What I mean is that right now there is a lot of global goods in like the Taiwan are going to use the open EMR, right, at the level of the healthcare station. And there is several global goods, several EMR that is open source. So we can working on that. And then, I really like Dr. Mendel's recommendation, use 80-20%, trying to find the use case, and then starting from that. That might be the way that we, as the lower middle income country, leave for not just go to the legacy like the developing countries.
I think I definitely can't speak for the financial kind of decisions that need to be made, but I think there's some very wise advice you heard. My main thought would be, as much as people can work together, the better, and definitely involve your physician specialists, listen to them. I think the reason why Epic's gone as far as they have is they actually have a genius model where they have 2 conferences every year, and they have 16,000 people flying into Madison, and where they basically crowdsource from those customers. Many of them are physicians, nurses, hospital leaders that tell them what they need to build, and then they set their 10,000 analysts and engineers to do that. I don't think other vendors have worked that closely with physicians and clinicians in the past. And I hate to have each country reinvent the wheel, try and do it themselves, because you don't have enough resources. But together, I think if you share things, there might be a good opportunity.
We have to conclude this session here. So we thank you all the audience. We thank you all the distinguished speakers to bring us such a wonderful time. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, moderator Dr. Lee and all the panelists. Please remain on the stage and stand up. Later we will take a group photo together. But before that, our staff will be moving the tables and chairs away for better photos. Just a minute, please. All right, please step forward. Please, one step forward. Thank you. And one step to your right. Please look at the camera. 3, 2, 1. Big smile. Please give us thumbs up. Yeah, 来，我们竖起大拇指 ，thumbs up. Yeah. 3, 2, 1. Yeah. And Dr. Lee will present the certificate to. One more picture. Can we do that after you present the certification? Thank you so much. Professor Mendel, let's give him a big round of applause. Thank you so much for your speech today. Thank you. And Professor Xiao. Thank you. And Mr. Lee. Thank you. Big smile, yeah. Let's take a group photo with your certificates. Let's look at the camera. Please hold up your certificates. Three, 2, 1. Thumbs up. Okay, thank you. Yeah, I'd like to invite everyone to come out to the stage and take a group photo. 来，大家都到舞台上一同合影好吗？我们后面的朋友都可以一起来合影哦。Everyone, please come up to the stage. Thank you. Right, 都可以自己找位置哦。Dr. Lee and our speakers, please step forward. Thank you. Two rows, please. Please stand closer to each other. Thank you.